Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Christmas Coup. This is the culmination of the red versus blue diplomatic campaign that we've been playing since, I think, November, and that itself is a continuation of the red versus blue campaign that we played since the summer. It's set in a fictional world, the world of not Europe, and in this fictional world, you have the Vermillion Republic, which basically is analogous to France, at war with Blaureich, which is analogous to Prussia. The war ends with a stunning Vermillion victory, and the leader of the Vermillion Republic declares himself emperor, played by yours truly. So, sort of a Napoleon moment. After having done so, on Christmas morning, one of the emperor's most trusted and beloved marshals stages a coup. Marshal Heinemann stages a coup against the emperor and does so with the support of several officers and, believe it or not, the emperor's own son, who was just 17 years old, Prince Brendan. And so, as a consequence, the emperor is struggling to contain the outbreak and to dispatch the rebels and to retain his crown, while Heinemann is fighting to restore the republic. The emperor, of course, will contend the republic was a decaying and decrepit, corrupt institution with greedy senators who had no care whether or not the people survived. There were famines, and the Senate did nothing to help them. Uh, Whereas the emperor, prior to being emperor when he was marshal and he commanded the imperial guard, uh, ordered to ordered by the Senate to put down the rebellion, instead raided the army's granaries and distributed grain to the people of the city. At the time called Vermillionville, the capital analogous to Paris. After becoming emperor, because he was obviously a hero of the people, feeding them instead of firing on them, and gaining victories on the battlefield, and defeating Blaureich, he changed the name of Vermillionville to Ville du Progrès, the city of progress, to um, emphasize the progressive credentials that he has and the progressive state of the art vision he has for the future of the Vermilion Empire. So certainly he is progressive. He did a plebiscite. There's a new constitution. All of this, again, roughly analogous to Napoleon. But there is a coup underway. What is interesting about the coup is Heinemann and Prince Brendan are leftists. And the emperor believes that they are simply being manipulated by the Republicans, who are ultra conservatives, to stage the rebellion and do their dirty work. And then after the rebellion succeeds, then the Senate and the Republicans will simply do away with the leftists, which is very likely. So we'll see what actually happens. But this is the battle, this is the fight for the future of the Vermilion Empire or Republic, whichever side you'll take. What we now have here is an overview of the situation. Our lead umpire has been generous enough to give everybody sort of a god's eye view of what's happening. This is more of a technical issue, which is why this was necessary. It was just a bit much for him, I think, to set up a proper fog of war series of modules, and that's understandable. It's a lot of work. The battle itself, the coup itself, is underway and had been underway for several weeks. We've played probably for a couple months these little individual battles and fights that are going on, with the emperor just recently leaving the palace with the imperial guard, who initially he thought had betrayed him, but they did not. They came to him. There were some elements of the Imperial Guard, however, that did join the coup, but only a few elements. We have here the Emperor's position. We have here the coup leader, Marshal Heinemann. And we have the Emperor's son here, Prince Brendan, who is commanding his own unit of troops. So, and again, the Emperor's son has betrayed his father. So, Luke Skywalker situation, I suppose. We have various forces here. And if you see when I mouse over, it says Imperial. It means they're loyal to the Emperor, obviously. The Red Gendarme are like secret police, if you will. So they have their own forces. You have here what we call the Space Marines. Those are actually special bodyguard for the Emperor. And here we are. So the Senate loyalists, those loyal to the Emperor, are coming here, or they are at the palace, or coming to the palace. Meanwhile, the heart of the rebellion, which is downtown, the Red Service headquarters, which is the secret police headquarters, is here. And that's occupied or surrounded possibly by the usurpers, the coup. The senators are here at what may be the Senate House or Senate building. I suppose I can move that away. It appears to be a smaller building. I think this facility here, that's the Red Service headquarters. Okay, and then what's this? That's just another complex there. But again, I think Blue Guard are in opposition to the Emperor. So the Republicans have proclaimed the revolution throughout the downtown area.
Hello.
Hello.
This is just a update. As we are down one assistant umpire, I'll be running you and Marshall Ogle at the moment.
Very well. Thank
To
you.
be going to give him his report first, and then I'll be coming up for yours.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, so my initial choice here, and here's an initial problem that I'm going to face. I'll use blue just for the moment. Is right here. It doesn't like to change, does it? Here is the person I'd like to capture. I'm right here, and these are my forces. The problem is I'm outnumbered by this assortment here, and if I want to capture him, which I don't think is going to happen, I would go this way. These forces over here are Republican as well. So I'm actually in a pretty tough situation. I'm in a pocket where what I can expect he's going to do, because he has the same information I have, he's actually going to come this way and attack me. So what I need to do is probably cross the bridge here. It's probably what I need to do is cross the bridge. And then assuming I can cross the bridge, I can get over here before him and into here. Now he has some advantages, meaning he can then come this way. So I don't know that I would necessarily beat him to that objective either. Alternatively, I need these forces to come to me over here. So I'll have to send a message for them to come quickly. Maybe I need to hold at this position near the bridgehead and have these forces come towards me.
Hello.
Hello. All right, what do you got?
Well, you, as requested, were going a roundabout way behind or around the Republicans' position,
Right?
uh, dispatching some skirmishers, as you requested.
Right?
And the cavalry has moved south and is moving south to where is uncertain and unknown to you. And
Okay.
as you make, oh boy, everyone just dropped from the server again. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Anyway,
Do you need
so
to deal with that and then come back?
no, it's fine for right now. The reports are
Okay.
being out, so as you make your way down the road, you spot what seems to be the rear of their line, and a about a half a dozen riders moving down the road. You reach for your your glasses, you know,
Mm-hmm.
magnifying glass, and it appears to be Jan Heinemann riding fast down the road to Meudon.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
You don't see anything else around you. That is it. So I will give you some time for orders a little later.
Okay. All right, there you have it, folks. Let's take a look here. I think I know what I want to do. I don't know if I can capture him. If I have, enough men on horses where I can capture him. It's highly unlikely. I could attack these units and probably smash them and overwhelm them. So maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe that's what we'll do. I need to send a dispatch back here to Heinz. So I'm going to have to do that now. So let's write that dispatch right away. And I don't know. Oh, it's 8:15. At the palace. Okay. And the time is 8:15. All right. So I have sent a dispatch to Heinz. He is right here. He commands most of these forces here. They are not very strong forces, but they count. Bring them here and attack here, more or less. And I think that will work. I think that'll help. Let's see, what else do I have? Okay, so I have cavalry going in here, but I don't think that cavalry is going to do much here. Hmm. I wonder why I don't have this cavalry with me. Hmm. There's no way we're going to push through this. We're going to lose right here. He's much too strong here. Much too strong. So my initial gambit will be to push in here, and failing that, I'll have to back out. So those are going to be the orders. All right. Let's take a quick look at the YouTube. And I want to say good day to Barry, to Mohinza, hello, and to the shadow will cut you. Good morning. Good to see you all. If you have questions or comments or you want to know anything, go ahead and post in the YouTube. I'm very happy to answer any questions or take your advice. Anything you want to suggest, absolutely welcome. This is interactive. Good to have you here.
Speaking of good to have here, Marshall, do you have orders?
Yes, let's see here. Okay, do I have riders with me that could intercept Heinemann as he's riding?
You don't really have any active cavalry units under your command at the moment.
Yeah, it might be just officers, but whatever. If he's only got half a dozen and I've got like 2 dozen, then, go grab him.
If you yourself wanted to ride out there, I won't stop you.
Yeah, it's a recipe to get shot, huh?
Uh, could be.
And it would probably make for too short of a game.
Well, what would you do?
It depends on his proximity to allies. If I felt I could nab him, I'd absolutely do it. If I didn't feel likely that I could succeed, if it was like really dicey, I wouldn't try. So it comes down to that, and I'm not the umpire, so I don't have that. But that would be my
Yes.
criteria. If I think I had, better than even odds of capturing him, I would do so.
All right. Well, regardless of that, what would you do with the um, units under your command?
Okay, yes. Well, these are guard units, so they should smash into the flank here that we see, even though I know that the overall situation doesn't look too nice. I'm going to post a screenshot
Okay.
in my chat. I've also sent a dispatch to Heinz, and more or less this is
Yes.
what I want to do. So, and they should do it in some sort of a double line formation. I don't need them to spread out all the way, particularly on the left. So, no matter. I'm not going to micromanage the formation. Just
All right.
attack.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see here. Where is Dave? I can't. This is not my. Let me see if Dave's here. Dave, are you around? I know they want Dave to help out, so I'm going to see if. Hey, there's Dave.
I'm around. Yeah, I came back and people had left the lobby. And I don't think I have access to the umpire's channel
Yeah,
because they just
go interrupt Lake, and
well.
he could use your help. He was saying,
Oh,
if
okay.
if you're
Well,
available.
I am available. Yeah, yeah, because I was just I was put up as a spectator. But yeah, I'll go interrupt Lake now.
Perfect. Great. Awesome, Dave. Good luck, man. All right, there we go. These games, they run more efficiently the more helpers you have. Ideally, if you have a one-to-one player to umpire ratio, um, the game can move along at a decent pace. The system that you're using affects that. This system that we're using today, it's called the brigade system. Sort of been our official system for the better part of a year now. But uh, as we've learned more about Kriegsspiel and just more experience running games, it's shown some deficiencies, which we've corrected with new systems. But this is the one that everybody kind of still knows, so we're running with this one still. And, it's sufficient, it works, but it's slower. So you want to make up speed on the turns anywhere you can. You don't want turns that take 30, 40 minutes to process. You want turns that are done in 10 or 20 minutes maximum. And the way to do that then is to have that one-to-one umpire ratio or get as close to it as you can. Hey, Dave.
Yeah, so it looks like you've been lumbered with me as your assistant umpire, Marshall. I
Nice.
understand you've probably already given orders, right?
Yes, and I can brief you in on those.
Yeah,
I
yeah. Tell me all about it, and then I'll run up to the table.
Okay. So first of all, the good news is the dogs are safe.
Well,
The,
thank God for that.
yes, the Emperor's pets are safe. So everything else after this is just gravy, Dave. So
Awesome. Well, good luck.
the Heinemann is riding nearby with about half a dozen uh, staff. I indicated to Lake that I should have more staff than that, and if I believe there's an opportunity, a better than even odds of capturing him by riding out and just swarming him, I would like to do so. If I do not feel that's possible based on my read of the situation, then we hold back. In either case, the guard are to deploy and attack what appears to be the enemy flank. So we're to attack there through whatever that feature is. I've attached a screenshot with my intentions in my chat. I've also sent a dispatch to Heinz, who's at the palace, to come this way with his troops. And I think Dave left already. That's hilarious. Here I am giving orders to nobody. All right. Well, either way, he must not have think he must have took me serious about the dogs. Yeah. No. The joke is, and this actually goes back when we first started this. We wanted the emperor to be a little eccentric, weird in some way, um, and something that would slow down his movement in a scenario. And so I came up with, well, he has these dogs, and he spoils these dogs terribly. And the dogs are pulled in giant carriages, they're basically mobile kennels, and they have to be taken out for walks and such. And so his column has to stop periodically. Not only does it move slow, it stops periodically. So the idea was it was really a MacGuffin, if you will, to slow down the Emperor's column in an interception scenario that we were playing. And it worked beautifully, but then, the joke just kind of stuck. The MacGuffin stuck. And so we've kind of made a deal out of it. Anyway, all right. Yeah, I absolutely have to project strength here. The problem is Heinemann can see the same map that I see. And I don't know if he'll be intimidated by the guard or not. What I do know he will do is he will send orders. Let me get my cursor. I need to start using proper colors here. Red for myself and blue for the other guys. I guess I could also get away with using purple, couldn't I? Let's do purple. All right. So my orders are like this. And it'll take one or two turns to pretty much, well, I don't know, they might implement pretty quick. Whereas I believe his orders will be for these units to come this way to flank. So, and these units have been chewed up to some degree, but he does have a couple artillery batteries. So, he will win the battle on the flank as soon as it starts. So I basically have 15 minutes to get in here, to hit this flank, to do some damage, and then to get out. I don't think I can hold with his artillery there. I don't have guns of my own for some reason. So this is a problem for me. Basically, I'm in over my head, and all I can do is make a quick strike and hope I get lucky, and then failing that I need to fall back. And my fallback then is going to be somewhere around probably this way. So while I have a mind to go this way, and I could like go this way, and I could, where's a bridge? I could maybe get to a bridge or something like right here, and I could parade around and tell people, oh, it's all good, we're doing great. And that actually, even though that's not combat, that would have an impact on the game and the overall strategic situation for the people to see their emperor. So I also have this officer here who's coming to the position. And when he arrives, I could put him in command of the guard and do my own tour, if you will. So those are the options that we have at our disposal. That's probably what we could do, and it's probably what's not expected by the enemy. Okay, I just posted the live stream on Patreon. I've also posted the Patreon to the YouTube as well as our website. And I'm going to post a Discord invite. Now, this Discord invite is to our main Discord. The event that's going on today is on a separate Discord, mainly to preserve the fog of war. However, you can probably get there from here too. Let's see. All right, let's generate that link, copy it, and I'll post the link here in YouTube. There you go. So this is especially important for anybody who's watching this after the fact, watching in the future. This is your opportunity to join and get in on some of these events. We have a lot of play by email or play by post as they call them. So if you don't have time to sit in front of a computer and interact, or maybe you don't have the system or the software, you're not interested in the live interaction, you can play by post and all that and have the same experience. And it's more leisurely, of course. You have a lot more time to think and consider and make optimum decisions. So there's a lot there, a lot that we have to offer, and everyone's welcome. So there you go. Check out those links when you have time. All right. So right now they're probably getting their head around the initial situation. They may be rolling some combats. There's certainly fights and things going on. I really don't want them fighting as much as they're fighting. This is a little ridiculous, and it is quite clear that I need to send another dispatch out. Let's see here. I need to rally reinforcements. I don't know that I'll get them, but any Republican forces. Okay, there we go. So what I've just done is I've just sent an off-map dispatch. It will probably only be read by the umpires, but the goal is to bring in any units that are off-map. Bring them here as quickly as possible. So, all right, look, we have some units there. All right, so there we go. And I need to add a time to this. All right, there we go. Those dispatches are sent. Okay. All right, just waiting for reports now. It will be a heck of a boring game for me if I leave this fight and ride into the town. However, it'd be a big deal. I think we'd be pretty successful. There are units here, though. I don't know what the Blue Guard are. That's a problem. Hmm. Oh, you know what? That's the Shadow Guard. That's these guys, the Shadow Corps. Okay. Hmm. From Plato. I don't know who that commander is. Third Division. Ooh, he'll get his rear handed to him. These troops here. Hmm. Starting to rethink this plan to run around in Paris. Let's see, what's this? All right. Yep, just quiet here while we wait for the update. So, doing other little things here and there. There we go. Why isn't my shift key working? There we go. Let's check. Still nothing. All right. All right, let's check the YouTube. Nothing. You guys are quiet today, but that's okay. It's quiet Sunday morning here on the coast of California, where I am situated. And I am waiting for my report. This is a tough one. And I think they run these turns in big increments, so like 15-minute increments, which is a standard turn cycle from way back. And a lot can happen in that time, and the umpires have to make a lot of kind of minor decisions, thinking, if you will, because the umpires simulate the captains and the colonels or majors or whoever below you in the chain of command. And they do these things quite intelligently. It's not a problem, but they do have to think through and reason everything out and then implement those actions. So I wonder if Jan is as worried about this flank as I am. So I really think we have an opportunity to smash it real good once. One big hit, one big smack right here. And that light infantry is going to get overrun. I think De Valle is maybe going to flank these units. I don't know. I certainly don't want the cavalry hitting them head on. Let's see what happens. Hey, that's not a bad way to spend the day. I was out fishing a week ago. Didn't catch a darn thing. Never bothered trying to catch carp. I understand they're not the best eating, a lot of bones. But I could be wrong. I think koi and carp are like the same, aren't they? Koi are just the pretty version of carp. That's great. So there you have it. Yeah, the game can be relaxing because there's downtime and you can do other things. Although I really want to pay attention to the game, but yeah, there's plenty you can be doing. And as you notice, you probably hear me typing here and there, and that is because I'm doing little things here or there. Hmm. Yeah, I think riding into Paris would be suicide with all these other forces around. But I don't know. They're not particularly. They may be even citizen militia. And you know, as I'm looking at it, I'm thinking about it, that's probably the case. In which case, it wouldn't need many forces to go in and dispatch this. But I have to contain this here. So I think if and when Heinz comes up, if he can hold here, I can do my grand tour. And hmm, these guys are a real threat right here. God, they have so many troops.
Hello.
Hey, Dave.
Right. So turn has progressed.
Okay.
So we're at 8:30. Uh, you see your Imperial Guard go in for an attack against the enemy along the kind of road near the chateau, right in front of you, facing south.
Okay.
Um, your Imperial Guard seems to be doing rather well for itself, showing why it's the best. Uh, what are your orders?
Is there a screenshot by chance or not?
Oh, yeah, it is loading.
Uh,
It might take a little
um,
while.
Go ahead. Or is that it? Okay. Um, then obviously we're going to continue that attack. I have a couple dispatches sent.
Yeah, they've gone. They've gone on their way.
Okay. Then yeah, obviously we continue. I do need to keep an eye out to my left. He's got a couple batteries as well as some guard troops on the left that when they arrive that'll be a problem. But we want to push, and if we can shatter these units and put them to flight, then maybe I can secure my flank on the left. So,
Sure,
so absolutely we do. We need to keep killing them, unfortunately, until they stop. Call for their surrender, but I don't think they will. So,
sure. Okay, so the picture is just loaded in now.
okay, let's take a look at this. I have to open it here. Let's see. Actually, that's huge on there. Okay. Oh, okay. It's from my perspective. Okay. Yeah. Keep the pressure on them. Perfect.
If you'd rather me orientate the map north to south, I can do that for sure.
Yeah. No matter. You don't need to do it now. Just keep attacking. That. Yep. Push on them. Attack them. Maybe we'll capture those guns even.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. So yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
That's it.
That's it, man. Yeah, you say it like
Excellent.
that, and I think, man, what am I missing? But you
You're
know,
cool.
okay, thanks. All right, let's go ahead and set this up. We are past it. We are here, like this, more or less. Or actually, like that. And all of these are the same, so I can just kind of move them around. And then we have one. It's here, like that, or something. Okay, and then he has two of these units here. And I don't know where they went. And then he has this yellow one here. He has artillery coming up here. Actually, they're canted like this. They're in that formation. They're trying to catch the flank here. And then he is more or less here. And there's a yellow over here. Okay. I have train somewhere around there. And I don't know where these units are or what they're doing. But I imagine they're somewhere. So, alright. This is what matters. And if you notice the disruption tokens, you see the yellow disruption tokens. That means they're throwing the yellow dice. And the only thing worse than that would be the white dice. And they have very low odds of hit, whereas I'm throwing what are called red dice, and red dice have high odds of hit. So my odds of burning through these units are pretty substantial. And what I don't want is I don't want disruption tokens of my own because they will reduce my output. Now, disruption can be recovered by resting units. But if I don't rest the units, and it's going to be hard to get breaks, disruption will increase. So, disruption, so you know, it's not just casualties, it's anything and everything. It's an abstract catch-all. But it's anything and everything that can interfere with the efficient and effective operation of a unit. So, it's casualties, it's men being wounded, it's low ammunition, misfiring weapons, it's men who are out of line, things like that. It's confusion, it's morale, it's all of those things kind of rolled into one factor. So, it's a complicating factor that you have to pay attention to it. All right, let's see here. What was I going to look at? Oh, the YouTube. That's right. I want to interact with you guys. All right. All right. They may not be good to eat, but they will fight just as hard as a bull red. And you are correct on koi, just another species of carp. There you go. Yeah, we had a koi pond, and as a kid, I quickly noticed the similarity between the two. I'm like, these things are like alike, but one is just colorful. So there you go. But all right. Well, happy fishing, man. Happy fishing. Never ate carp. Trout is typically what we caught in my corner of the woods in California. Rainbow trout in particular. So, remember eating those as a kid all the time. And occasionally catfish, but of course catfish you can get anywhere. And then fish and chips here on the coast is common. So, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know how to prepare fish very well. And I do love sushi. So, that is actually my favorite way to eat fish, believe it or not, because you get the full flavor. But I know a lot of people have a hard time with it. And of course, it's not as much fun. You're not catching it. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're like collector items, aren't they? 7 figures, the koi. Yeah, it's insane. That's what I call having more money than you've got brains. That's what that is. And that's a condition that some people have. All right, we're just going to keep watching over here for any reports or dispatches that'll come in. Um, so we'll see what happens. And it looks like more players are starting to show up and fill in units, which is great. Mind Bomb is here. There you go. Hey, Mind Bomb, you're looking at the Christmas Coup. So, the Christmas Coup battle. Fought with the old brigade system, our old standard system. That's starting to give way to new systems. But it's the one that everybody is familiar with, so it's the one we're running with right now. I ran a great battle yesterday using the K-22 system. Very fast and efficient. Worked really, really well. It was a great battle. And that live stream is available on YouTube. I think I just named it K-22 Battle, but the date on it is January 29th, 2022. And it's worth a watch. It is about 3 hours duration, not very long. Again, the system worked beautifully. So, all right. Oh, Christmas Coup in France. Oh, okay. This is the red versus blue. So we are using the map of Paris and Versailles as the backdrop for this, but this is not actually Paris. This is not actually um, actual history. This is alternative history on the continent of not Europe in the nation of Vermillion Empire, formerly Vermillion Republic. And again, it's part of our red versus blue campaign. So the date on this would be 1804, Christmas Day of 1804. The emperor's, some members of the emperor's army and the emperor's own son have staged a coup. And now efforts are underway to put it down. So it looks like the traitors outnumber the loyalists, but their quality in general is a little less, but not entirely. Yeah, super cool. It's a lot of fun. So we've only done one turn. I've found the enemy flank, and I'm smashing it, although I am sure his reinforcements will be coming up. to attack my left. And when that happens, I'm out of time. I'm done. And I'll probably have to pull back. I really think these units will just cancel each other out, but then there won't be much left here. So much depends on how quickly Heinz and his units can come up. So okay, so because it's a coup, you have red units fighting red units. So I've tinted the units in tabletop with the loyalists in purple, they support the emperor, and the traitors in red. So that's how you have it. So bad guys, good guys, from my perspective. So there you have it. The purple tint on the edge of the blocks tells you their allegiance. The blue stuff is all opposition. So these are enemies, these are enemies, these are enemies. So all of this here, enemy, enemy, enemy. So in short, the vast majority of what's out here are bad guys. So these are enemies. Enemy forces. And there you have it. That's enemy controlled, enemy occupied territory. So if you look at that line, you see that they outnumber us quite badly. I have loyal forces here at the palace, which are mustering. I don't know if I have loyal forces out here somewhere that can come in. And that's not drawing very well. But we'll see. Yeah, it's great to have you. And I am. I'm looking forward to your Waterloo operational game. Very fun. I'm certainly going to be getting a copy of it and playing it. So, looking forward to that. All right. This is great. Glad you guys are all here. Okay, let's see here. I should be getting a report soon. When I do get a report, I'm going to time the interval. See how long these turns are taking. Just for my own curiosity. Alright, let's take a look here. I'm on my phone while we're waiting for time to elapse. right, what did the red pieces represent dispatches. They're how they're keeping track of couriers. So this map state is now dated by about 15 minutes. This stuff is not going to be updated. I could remove it from the map for the sake of simplicity. I have it here just because having a populated map is more interesting to look at than unpopulated. But really, from the start of the game on, I'm only able to see what is right here in front of me. And I'm only going to get screenshots like this. So my last screenshot looked, a lot like this. And that's it. That's all I can see from my position in the field. So, in fact, my position needs to be updated. My commander's here. So, it's my avatar. That's me. So, that's it. That's all I know. But we're going to steamroll them. I think I am going to have to fight these guys here, burn through them. That way, when Heinz comes up with all of his forces, he'll be able to steamroll right through. I really do think maybe this is the route. If we barrel through here, if he's the fist, if you will, and he punches through, that'll be it right there. And if I can take an escort and go into the city, then I think that would make a lot of difference. I would have to be safe, of course. I don't know how many players they have. Maybe 4 or 5 on each side at least, I would hope. I don't know. I can't see everything. So, because the channels are private to me, I don't know how many. I know I have on my team 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 4. It should be more. 5 or 6 players on my team. The opposition probably likewise. So, it's a bigger game than it seems. And one we've been working up to for months, so it's a big deal for us today. Alright, I should be getting an update any minute now. I don't see any umpires out, so I think the umpires are in a private chat room resolving the turn. Which means that when you do see them next, they'll be delivering reports. And it's the beginning of the next turn. I could be sleeping in, couldn't I be? Our crypto portfolios are not happy, but they will make a comeback soon. Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. In fact, I'm buying the dip. I'm buying the dip. So there's the death of cryptocurrency has been announced many times, only for it to bounce higher than before. So we'll see. Someday, I think they will drive a stake through its heart. Maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. Not right now. Not anytime soon. So now's the time it's a buyer's market for anybody who invests. Just saying that. Should invest in Kriegsspiel. That's a great game. I'm planning to publish my K22 system. So we again yesterday's game was kind of a test of that system, and I think it passed. It worked really well. There was a time when infantry attacked cavalry unopposed, and I have to decide how do I want to deal with that. It's really quite a rare circumstance, and it's almost maybe one of these things where I don't deal with it. But in yesterday's game, hang on, let's see. No, in yesterday's game, I had two squadrons of hussars on the map, and I had a hostile infantry battalion approach, and the hussars would have backed up, but their commanding officer or their division commander, brigade commander, whatever, was riding up to their formations, so they did not pull back. They didn't want to be seen retreating in the face of the enemy. However, they were fired on by the infantry, so they ended up having to fall back anyway. And then, of course, the infantry got outflanked by other infantry that was in support, and they had to retreat themselves in turn. But I realized I didn't have a combat resolution procedure for infantry versus cavalry when the cavalry aren't shooting back or aren't fighting back for some reason. But then when you think about it, that's got to be one of the most rare scenarios or situations, and if that's the case, we can probably just adjudicate that on a case-by-case basis. I don't think it needs a special rule or a special die or anything to do that, and the means to adjudicate that are all there, so there you go. The Shadow Will Cut You asks, is there a way to play this on an iPad, or is it exclusively for the PC master race? um, So we are the International Kriegsspiel Society, and right from the beginning, when I established this, I insisted that we make these games as broadly and widely accessible as we possibly could. So our primary platform is PC Tabletop Simulator. However, if you do not have a PC or you don't even have Tabletop Simulator, you can still play. I've had guys just play on their cell phone before. So what you need at a minimum is you're going to need the map. You're going to want that. You can literally print the map and have it on your desktop in front of you, like a physical printed map if you want. You can also get a copy of the map on your iPad or whatever, and then you can simply draw your orders. And of course, if you can communicate on Discord, look, if you can communicate on YouTube, you can communicate on Discord just the same. And you know, it's easier. Like on PC, I have two monitors, which allows me to multitask pretty efficiently. If you have like a cell phone and an iPad or something that you can work off of, you run Discord on the cell phone, and then the iPad you have your map. That works too. You could also plot things on the map and literally take a picture of your map, your physical map, if you have it printed out, whatever. So the answer is no, it's not just PC only. You can totally do this using whatever medium or system you want. We've got people who play on Photoshop, or have played on Photoshop, I should say. You could drop this in Microsoft Paint or any other equivalent software. Basically, if you can open a map and draw on the map or mark it, you should be in pretty good shape. All right, I'm getting an update, so I have to pay attention to that, but I'll circle back to this. And I've also told the group, my umpire isn't here yet, so I can keep talking. I've told the group that we need to maintain a library of all these maps that we use, precisely for players like you. So there you have it. Yes, you can absolutely play. We will accommodate you. That is a really big deal to me. You know, if we're going to call ourselves international anything, that means we have to be open to players all around the world, different languages, different time zones, and we also have to be open to different setups. You know, we can't just niche ourselves to one little software program on one platform. We have to be as accessible as we possibly can be, and I take that seriously. Mindbomb, thank you for the luck. The rules are going to be about well, right now they're about 3 or 4 pages. I think there might be 5, maybe 6 pages maximum.
Hello.
Hello.
Might as well give you a report while I'm here.
Okay.
So, the frontal assault has made a stunning success.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the infantry is moving back. You do see there is some movement to the rear, a little behind it, but it's hard to tell which direction. It seems to be going to the east. Hard to
Okay.
tell.
Okay.
And troops are running that way as we speak. Don't worry, David. I'm handling this one for you.
Okay.
Okay. So these are baddies that are running away, yeah?
Yes, these are baddies that are running away.
Okay.
Same direction that third brigade is going in.
Okay. Great. Let's
I do want to check one thing though, if you don't mind.
sure, go ahead.
They do. They do report they see something to the east.
Yes, absolutely. That's the Imperial Guard and their damn batteries. So uh, we
Yes.
we need to set up a double line facing that direction, and yeah, we'll have to fire on them. So if they come within,
So form up where they are.
well, form up under cover. Remember, there's batteries, right? So we don't
Yes.
want to form up where the batteries have a clear view or field of fire. So yeah, they might form up right where they are.
All right.
Yeah, but we don't want them to be susceptible to battery fire. We want those infantry to come at us. So this is
Yep.
just about as far to the east as we can go.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Now we can still
Yep.
push. We push to the southeast, but as far as the east is concerned, we need cover and concealment to protect ourselves from those batteries.
Yeah. Yeah. That can be done.
Okay, I'm not
Easily be done.
afraid of the infantry. I'm only worried about those guns because I don't have guns of my own for some reason. So,
You do have guns in your forces. It's just you don't have any directly under your command.
yeah, it's a problem. You know, I kind of need
It,
them.
it, it is a problem. It is a problem. Their
Yeah,
loyalties did
Napoleonic
shift that
warfare.
way.
So,
Yeah.
okay. All right, yeah,
Yep.
continue the attack. Thanks. Develop the attack.
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, so that's good news, everyone. Let's take a look at the screenshot. I'll show everyone the screenshot that I was sent. And so there you kind of see, so it looks like we are pushing no disruption on my units yet, which is beautiful. And the enemy is being quite overwhelmed. Let's see, these units here with the white disruption markers on them are going to break. They're not going to be around much longer, probably. At least one of them should break, odds are. This guy here should get kicked down to white or better. So they're pretty much done for. I would give them the bayonet, but that could be very destructive to my own units. And I would rather not do that. Meanwhile, we form here and force him to come at us. And again, I would like to be more aggressive, but I can't be because I don't have the forces, I don't have the reserves to really do that. So let's go ahead and adjust our map. And let's see here. We've got okay, so okay, I've got a couple units here. These are going in right here, like that. Let's clean this up. Move Heinemann. Heinemann went to wherever he went. We didn't get him. Okay. And this supply train has probably moved wherever it's gone. And this division, this character is back here somewhere. Oh, fancy that. He's right around there, roughly. Okay. When you get a screenshot, you're really only getting approximations. These are not the literal positions of forces. Usually quite good enough, though. That he's right there. And this unit then is like this, and it's on white disruption. So he's very close to breaking. And this unit also on white disruption right here. Okay. And we'll do that. And let's see, we're right here, right here. There's one right here, and we'll put this block here. They're all the same. So it doesn't matter that I have not kept track. Now these units here, I don't know where they've gone. I don't know, but they're probably not to my front or my flank. Okay, and these units here are surely on their way in. So he's gonna park artillery here. That's a beautiful field of fire. If we come across it, we're gonna get canistered or grape shotted or whatever. And then he's got these. I would assume this disruption's gone. So he's more or less coming this way. So we need to form a line here, a double line in fact. And then he is coming in this way. And we're going to have to force him to attack me. And then what we can do is we can kind of do this to him on that flank. But we'll see. We'll see how this transpires. But so far, I've bought more time than I anticipated I would have. I thought this was going to be the end of it and that my next orders are going to be to pull out to the west. But it looks like we're doing better than I anticipated. And hopefully we are crumpling his right flank and his front. I don't know. And he is going to have fresh reinforcements up pretty soon. So it'll be quite a fight. But if Heinz is coming up, then we should be in pretty good shape. So let's just see how it goes. All right. Need to close my blind. I got so much sun coming in, I can hardly see my screen. And I probably... All right. And I am going to step away just momentarily. And we're already at 10 minutes on the timer, so we're watching that as well. We're at 9 minutes, to be honest. Okay. All right, I'll be back. All right, there we are. I am back. I had to help the wife with. She's studying for an exam, so I had to help her. Let's see here. I don't know if that's spam. Hakeem Offer Moin. I don't know what that is. But hello to you if you're here watching. Maybe that means good morning. Morning. I don't know. It doesn't quite look like spam either. You're not telling me to go to some questionable website. All right. Yeah, I'm looking over everything. Nothing new. Nothing new as of yet. Everything's the same. Let's take a look here. He's got 6 or 7 umpires, although one is probably an observer. That's great. And we're at 23 minutes on the timer. So the turns are probably running 25 to 30 minutes, I'm guessing. They should be due to come back with another report shortly. We'll see. I don't know if you want me to turn my webcam back on just to see me sitting here in a chair. It can't be that entertaining. I'm cleaning my glasses now as we speak so I can see through them. I need to do something about this sun. The sun is moving off. I have an east-facing window. Let's see here. Where's OBS? There we go. See there? And we're going to be at 25 minutes here in a few seconds. So we're just timing to see how long the whole turn cycle takes to run through a whole turn. And there's variation. If there's a lot of combat in a particular turn or something, that adds up. To be considered a master umpire, we've set the standard that we want turns to complete in under 20 minutes. And that means that not only should your system and your turn resolution procedure run in that time, or what we call the cadence, which is you go between the players and the umpires and do everything. So not only should the cadence be under 20 minutes, but you also have to assemble the team and limit the number of pieces, limit the number of players, maximize the number of umpires, and again, have mastery of the system, or be able to improvise.
Hey, Marshall.
And there we go. That's 25 minutes. Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Good, thanks. So your Imperial Guard has smashed against the enemy troops that were there, and they're all in flight, heading in an easterly direction.
Brilliant.
You hear cannon fire to your northeast. Seems like they have some cannons perched kind of northeast. And yeah, what are your orders?
Okay, so we're going to swing around like a door, if you will. We're going to swing.
Like a
And
hinge on your left, I would suppose, yeah?
yeah, we're going to swing towards the problem on my left. So here, I'll share my screen.
Sure.
Let me share my screen. And let me know if you can see that. But this is
Yep, I can see it.
that's the idea, and to a lesser degree, maybe like this. But I do not want to waste my troops on that artillery. If anything, this unit might even fall back. Might even have these guys fall back a little.
You'll have them fall back. Okay.
Not necessarily, but if they're being hit by artillery, I want them to pull back.
Okay,
I don't want them to be just feeding the artillery. I don't mind
sure.
if his infantry comes up and they skirmish man to man with the infantry, but I don't want him to be getting free hits on me with the artillery.
Sure.
So otherwise, yeah, keep pushing, keep pushing. Okay.
Okie doke. Yep.
All right.
All
Thanks.
Yeah, it's I'm here. Uh, just wondering how the oh god, wondering how the stream's going.
Oh, the stream's going just fine. I'm narrating everything. I just talked to them about cadence. Your last turn took 25 minutes. Um,
Yeah,
so
it's running a little slow, but it's steady,
yeah,
and I
it's
think
not
that's
it's
important as well.
it's not horrible. I've played worse.
Yeah,
So
that first turn was a bit bad because we had some drop in players, especially for the Republican side. So
yeah. Well, and the other thing is, as I explained on the live stream, when some turns take longer than others. If you have a lot of combat resolution, it's going to slow things down.
oh yeah, there's definitely a quite a bit that's going on.
Yeah,
Can't tell you what, but
you want to
a bit.
complete the cadence under 20 minutes in most all cases, but there are going to be exceptions. You know,
Yeah,
so I mean that's the goal. That's the gold standard. To be a master umpire, you have to do that. But otherwise, and again, 25 minutes isn't like a deal breaker. I'm having a great time. Obviously, I should be. My units have just smashed. So I'm sad I don't see Heinemann anywhere.
yeah, he's ridden off somewhere.
Yep, as he should. Needs to ride
All
off
right.
and hide. Okay, wonderful.
Yep.
Keep the pressure on.
Oh yeah, I am.
But don't feed those artillery on the left, darn it. Pull back if those artillery are at work. So I'm hearing the sound of cannons. I don't mind skirmishing with the guard, but I don't want to feed those cannons free hits. That's ridiculous. So, all right. Okay, let's turn off the stream there. Okay, so I'm no longer streaming on Discord. But there we go. We have it going this way. Gosh, I hope he doesn't take that too badly. 25 minutes is fine. But again, to be a master umpire, you want to try to come in at or below 20 minutes. That being said, there are turns where things get really hectic or there's changes and the turn takes longer than a 20-minute cycle. So why 20 minutes? Well, it's really hard, even under the best circumstances, to get a turn in under maybe 10 or 12 minutes. That's maybe just about as fast as you can process a turn, even if you're dealing with a small number of players. Now, you can. I mean, if you had a one on one and the two players only had four pieces apiece, and really they're just sitting there shooting at each other. So all you have to do is pick the die and roll it and give a report to each. Yeah, you can totally do that under 10 minutes, maybe even in 5. But there is work that you have to do, so it does take time. And ideally, though, you want to dial in, you want to balance the complexity of the scenario. You can't have a scenario that's so simple the players are bored. So there's a certain level of complexity and a certain number of players you probably want to roll with and stuff like that to get it working. And you have to balance that, though, with your resources of time and the number of umpires you have and everything. A good Kriegsspiel game will usually last a minimum of 2 hours. It's real hard to get a game out. I've played games that only lasted 1 hour, many games that go about 2 hours. 4 hours seems to be the typical low side for a game. 6 is average, 8 is starting to push it, 10 or 12 is kind of the record high. you're not going to get people who stick around for that. So you really want a system and a scenario and everything that gets you somewhere between 4 and 6 hours, more or less. With going over 4 hours starts to push it. Um, so once you're approaching 6 hours, you're like, okay, we got to start pumping the brakes here and wrap this up. So, and that's not how historical Kriegsspiel works. Historical Kriegsspiel just kind of runs until the professor or the umpire has taught the lesson they want to teach, or they've assessed the lesson that the cadets are supposed to know. It comes to some resolution, but that can take many hours. But when you're in the military, you're a captive audience. In fact, the opposite oftentimes applies, that you have a very limited time to teach a lesson, like maybe an hour. And so you have to run the game in an hour, which is a whole different thing, too. It's a different challenge. But most of us are gamers, so we're getting together on a weekend, and we've got 4 to 6, maybe 8 hours to play, roughly. That's usually what most people are able to carve out of their weekend for playing games with their friends. And even if you have more time, chances are the people you're playing with, since it's going to be a group of people, can't do a whole lot. There's always somebody who's like, okay, I've got to go because I got kids, I got a wife, I got a job, I got whatever, and they've got to get out. So 4 hours, most people can commit to a 4 hour game on a weekend. Um, when you get above that time frame, you really start pushing it. And these games can also take about an hour to kind of set up and square away. So there's all of that. Plus there's the debriefing, which is part of every Kriegsspiel, and that can be up to another hour. So right there you have an hour of setup, 4 hours of play, 1 hour of debrief. So 6 to 8 hours is what your commitment is to play a Kriegsspiel on average. That's why the turn cycle matters. If you have a long turn cycle, if you're taking 30 to 40 minutes to resolve a turn, how many turns is that in 4 hours? It's like 6, 7, 8 turns tops. And most games, I think you want at least 12 turns. You know, but it depends though. We'll play games until there's a conclusion reached or an obvious conclusion. But yeah, you don't want games that only get through a few turns. That's not fun for anyone. It's just a lot of pain. So, yeah, like anything in wargaming, it's about balance. You have to balance these things out. And as gamers, one of the things we have to balance is our time budget. I must crush them, that's right. Is it only alternative history? Okay, so no, we do historical stuff. I advise against it personally. And the reason is because when you set up a historic scenario, maybe you're using historic units, historic map, historic order of battle, everything. The more historic you become, there's always going to be that one guy who read the book, who walked the battlefield, who knows more about this subject than you do. And that's cool, that's great. The problem is they're going to needle you and critique you and give you a hard time because you have a block on there, and that block should have a +1 die roll modifier because historically that unit was armed with a certain rifle that had an extra 20 yards accuracy or something silly like that. Like they will go at you and tell you how you got it wrong, and they will list all the ways that you got it wrong, and they'll be correct. They're right, you got it wrong. The problem is, from a game maker perspective, you don't have time for that. You just don't. You don't want that headache. So it's better to go fictional rather than historic. Basically, you allow history to inspire you. You allow it to inform your scenario design choices, but ultimately, it's fictional. Even if you follow history pretty closely, you're still going to tell the players, no, it's fictional, because you don't want that one guy who's a subject matter expert to start running rings around you, because it doesn't pay. It doesn't add anything to the experience. So We do stuff. We do French versus Prussians and Austrians and all of that. In fact, I'm running a K-22 scenario. It's a fictional scenario, but the forces are French versus Austrian and Prussian forces. So we do that all the time. But yeah, you need to make sure that enough elements of the scenario are fictionalized to avoid getting critiqued to death by subject matter experts. Which the subject matter experts are great, by the way. We like having them because they give us the knowledge we need to determine, well, how far could this piece move? And, if you have Lancers versus Cuirassiers, well, who's going to win? How would I resolve that? Well, you talk to the subject matter experts who understand Napoleonic cavalry and tactics, and they'll tell you exactly how that would play out. And then you figure out how you want to model that in your system so it plays out the way it should. But yeah, you don't want to get, you know, uh, critiqued to death when there's really not a whole lot of benefit. One of the problems with Kriegsspiel is the temptation to get into what I call minutia, and the minutia does not pay. We always get these people who want to add die rolls to things. Well, now roll for morale. Now roll for ammo. Now roll for this. Roll for misfires. Oh, that gun misfired. They want to do all this stuff. They want to keep track of casualties down to the individual guy. And original Kriegsspiel, actually 1824 Kriegsspiel, did that for a time. But as the Prussians learned, it just doesn't pay to do that. It does not enhance or improve the appreciation or understanding of the lesson. It does not make the game more fun. In fact, it makes it slower and less fun. So you get what I call diminishing marginal utility, which is an economic concept that the more you put into it, the less return you get on that investment. And that's what happens here. There are people who want to add a lot of minutia, they want to track individual casualties, whatever. But when you do that, you put in a lot of work and you get very little return back. And you get further away from the idea of Kriegsspiel. Kriegsspiel is about mastering situations more than anything else. So it's not about mastering the individual tactics or knowing that this unit can outrange this unit. Let's make sure they hit on the battlefield or whatever. It's really more about maximizing situations. And oftentimes, with units that you do not perfectly control, in fact, we have a phrase we say, you're in command, you're not in control. And with units that might be subpar or suboptimal or poorly positioned or poorly led, they might not have the experience that you want, but basically you have to go to war with what you're given, just like in real life. And you have to make it work. And that's what Kriegsspiel is about. It's about putting in those scenarios and seeing how you perform. Not like in wargaming where somebody is like, well, if I add this unit to this stack, I'll get, a column shift on the hit result table. No, it doesn't work that way in real life either. So that's what we want to work on here. All right, let's see here. I would love to see a campaign based on the Fallout New Vegas world. Now, I've played, not New Vegas, I think it was set in New England of Fallout. I played it a little bit. I played like so many hours, maybe like 12 hours or something, not like the whole game yet. I didn't finish it. But it's kind of a cool thing. And it would be interesting to play a scenario that is based in some of these alternate things. I know that we have some guys who are doing BattleTech. They're putting together some sort of BattleTech Kriegsspiel, and you can do that. Now I see you pulled back the comment, and that's okay. But it's totally cool to ask those questions and bring those things up because people do want to play Kriegsspiel outside of the historic area to which Kriegsspiel is pegged. Kriegsspiel was developed in 1812, played throughout the 19th century. It works even in the modern era, but yeah, adapting the concept or the idea of a Kriegsspiel, which is this double-blind umpired system with simultaneous combat, to other areas, you can absolutely do that, and it's a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, pretty cool. All right, let's see here. Wow, we have 7 concurrent viewers right now. It's great to see you all here. And let me check the time. Let's see how we're doing on the timer. 14 minutes, so we could have another 5 to 10 minutes or more on wait time. So again, yeah, questions are great. Feel free to ask questions. I hope I made the right call. Obviously, if you're winning, you don't want to stop. So, at some point, the min should run out of ammo or low on ammo, but we're not tracking that in this system. Brigade system doesn't really track it. You do have to keep these ammo wagons, which are these pieces here, close by, and if they're within like a square or two, the units kind of automatically replenish. I created a system called 15 state system, which was centered on supply, and it created some cool fluid dynamics because, and I don't mean fluid dynamics in the physics sense, I mean in kind of the gameplay sense, that there was an ebb and a flow to the battle. Because you could be winning, but now you're low on supply, you have to pause and replenish your supply. If you don't want to pause, then you have to have reserves available to take over and continue the push. Very historic. I really like it. I've incorporated some of that into the Kriegsspiel 2022 system, or K22 as I call it. But I don't really keep a whole lot of track of supply in that system. Not yet. I will create advanced rules for it, though, so that people like you who buy that game and play can keep track of supply if you wish. And I think it's kind of cool to do it. But, um, you know, you have to make the game accessible to different levels. And supply, again, adds minutia. It creates a fun problem for players to have to grapple with, what I call a Kriegsspiel problem. It creates a cool problem, but it is one of those things that can really slow down a game. So you want it for advanced rules, and you want players to only use it probably when there's a really strong player to umpire ratio. So, okay, let's see here. Lancer says, someday I want to run a scenario from the Russian Civil War with about half a dozen factions, each with its own objectives that aren't necessarily at odds with those of other factions. And that's what's cool about a red versus blue campaign, is it's similar to that.
Hi, Marshall.
Oh, hey, there's Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
So your Imperial Guard has done very well in pushing off the forces that were up against it, and it's not long before you see Heinz and Ogle arriving at your position. I'm going to move them up to you.
Okay, is this the screenshot you just sent me? 942. No.
It should probably still be loading.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's my internet, mate. It's
That's okay.
terrible.
That's okay. I just want to know so I can decide. But yeah, they can move up here, and then I'll
Yeah.
work out my special surprise I have for everyone today. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to go on my grand tour. If I've got these units up, I don't know if the units are up though. But given the success that we've had here, and if all these troops happen to be here or close at hand, they can resume the assault, and I can flank around this way. Unless I want to push directly in, but I don't know if I want to do that.
Emperor.
Hey! Hey, Chancellor. How's it going?
Oh, it's going okay. Good news. Good news. Given the last message I got from you ages ago, seems as though there was not confusion, but just I hadn't quite communicated it well. But half of Third Corps stayed loyal to me
Nice.
out there in the field, and then I ran into half of First Corps, which is also loyal to us, who are currently both under the command of General Guerin attacking Scow Chateau.
Where is that at on this map?
South. They're last I heard they are
Oh,
Scow attacking from Antony to Chateau Scow.
okay. You know, that seems like such a sideshow. and it looks like their troops are better than ours there. If anything, I would just maybe surround them and contain them, or just keep them occupied. I would not attack them.
That's what I. That's what the what our man on the ground there is doing, to my understanding.
Okay, yeah, make sure he's doing that.
He said he had a good position. He thought he could hit them from. So I trust him to make that call.
Yeah, I got to tell you that using the system that we're using, the unit ratings matter, I think, even more than positioning does.
Yeah.
So I can't see us having much success on that front. We're going to lose a lot of lives. If he has artillery and he puts artillery up and bombards them, then that's different. But he's going to have to do a preparatory
He
bombardment.
has a lot of artillery. I will say that.
Okay, if he's doing that, then fine. Um, Heinz is coming up. Is he here?
I am here.
Yes.
Hey,
Good morning, Emperor.
good morning. Okay, I just started smashing, and we've smashed, and he's retreated to the front. I don't know if I have artillery off um, to my front anymore. I don't know. Dave took off. I don't think he's here. Nick's here.
Yeah, Nick's probably here for my orders. Nick, just bring my forces up behind Marshall's. That'll probably be their turn's movement. Start having a mass, so this column's not completely crazy.
Okay, so you move behind the
Yep.
guard.
Yep, I'll move behind the guard and I'll start bringing my brigade columns. Not that way, the division column kind of gets compressed. I'll make it a line of brigade columns. So each brigade in their own column, and just kind of move up beside the road as they get up here, so that we're tightly formed and can maneuver.
Okay.
Also, before Nick leaves, Marshall, real quick, I have a brigade of militia that I left behind at the palace. Do you
Yep.
want me to order them up? There wouldn't be that far from the tail of my column
Yeah,
at the moment.
go ahead and order them up just so that we have them. They can hold a rear area or something, whatever.
Okay.
At least they're available to us.
All right, Nick, just send back orders to the militia that was with the Space Marines that the Emperor requests them to rejoin the division.
Okay, you mean the militia, not the Space Marine.
Yeah, the militia, unless Marshall wants the Space Marines to join.
Yeah, have them come up to me. I don't think the palace is in any danger, so go ahead and have them come up to me.
You have a few loyal senators in the palace.
Okay. Can I leave one regiment of my militia behind at the palace just to provide security for them?
If not, leave all the militia back there. I don't care. It's a militia unit. I don't even want it in combat necessarily.
All right. So we'll leave the militia behind. Space Marines have been ordered to come up here.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks.
See you.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen so you guys can see my
Yep.
map.
I can see your screen.
Okay, great. So
Yeah.
are there artillery still here to my?
Yes, they're still there.
Okay. We need to go ahead and swing around this way, and turn them out. And then Heinz and I don't know what you have, Ogle, but I want us to push through. Do you have any forces at hand, Ogle, or your forces are just in other areas, engaged in other areas?
They're engaged in other areas. I mean, there was a good chunk of men. There's a good chunk of men when I last left down there in the south. So
Yeah.
that's why I left my man in charge down there with full discretion to.
Perfect. Okay, what I want to do is I want to take a detachment of at least 2 to 4 blocks, and I want to go on this bridge, cut around, and into Paris from behind. Into Paris, actually this way, this route. And once I get there and show my face and wave at people, I think it would take the steam out of Heinemann's rebellion. If these militias want to fight me, they can, because I'll probably have guard or elite units with me, and I can burn right through them very quickly. And then at what point, he's got chaos coming in from behind, coming this way towards him, I think the campaign is over. I think the battle's over. Now, in order to do that, I need someone to run this steamroller from the front, and I need troops to do it. So, the guard are here, and the guard are doing a good job, but they're going to get chewed up in this fight because they're fighting other guard plus artillery. So they're going to suffer some losses there. How long, Heinz, before you can get your troops up and start pushing?
Okay, based on that screenshot, the head of my column is just arriving, so they're stretched out probably all the way back to Chemin.
Yeah, okay.
On the way back to Chem. But I've got my cavalry brigade up here, or my cavalry brigade's just to the south of this column, kind of screening because I figure there will be something towards down there towards Fontenay or whatever.
Okay.
So I've got my cavalry screening the south of my column. That's 4 blocks of, I'm assuming, dragoons, but it doesn't really matter. I could bring them up and around potentially if you've got these guys engaged in a head-on fight. Guards are not going to last long if they have to form square against other guards shooting at them.
Yeah. That's a good point. I just don't know if we have time. So yeah, go ahead and see if you can't get them into square. So what we're going to do is we're going to take one turn to do that. And then after that we'll confer, but it may be that I have to pull the guard out or part of the guard and go on my grand tour. I can't do that tour without an escort. So I could do just a couple guard blocks. Go ahead, Cyrus.
If I may. We continue this attack, as you say, keep all the Imperial Guards here, but send you out with the Space Marines.
I would feel better if I had 4 blocks instead of 2.
That's
fair. And the other 2 blocks at least need to be elite, if not guard. So
now we're precious few.
Yeah, so I can go meet my Space Marines around Bellevue. You can take over this attack, could you not? You can take over the guard in this attack, could you not?
Yeah.
I could peel off 2 guard blocks immediately, and that would be sufficient. I could begin the grand tour immediately. Heinz, if you come up and work with Cyrus to continue this momentum, I think we can do that.
Okay, gents. What's the orders?
Okay, we got to give orders. Okay, Dave, I'm going to pull 2 of the rearmost guard or unengaged guard units off, and I'm going to go with those 2 guard units to Bellevue. The guard is now under the command of Cyrus Ogle, who will continue the attack in accord with my most recent plans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Once these guard go to Bellevue, we're going to cross that bridge and start heading up that road to Paris, or to the capital.
Okay.
Okay, so if you look at my screen, you see the green?
Yep.
Going right there, right this way.
Yep, I've got that down already. And as for those guard units that pushed off the enemies that they were up against before, are they still pushing forward, or do you want them to?
Yeah, I want them to close in on the other guard units and the artillery that's there. But basically, Cyrus and Heinz will be taking that over. I'm just going to pull 2 blocks from the guard as an escort.
Okie dokie.
And then the Space Marines are to follow behind. I want them to catch up to me if they can.
Okay.
But I'm going on a tour of the city. I figure if I present myself there, I might have to fight a few blocks, but I can handle the blocks that are there. And if I show my face there, that'll end the scenario.
Fingers crossed for you.
Amen. Yeah, it's a political gambit, I know, but it should be fun. Let's give it a try.
And Ogle, I suppose you're going to join the attack with the Imperial Guard, yeah?
What, me?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm definitely riding straight to the front to
cool.
get a better view of the attack currently going on.
Just making sure.
All right, good luck. Thanks. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, Marshall, if you get in trouble, send word back, and I can tell my cavalry to ride around to try to get to you.
I'm hoping I get in trouble because I'll deal with it when I get into it.
Yep. Well, if you need
Talk. Are
All
you
right.
sending in your cavalry to, like, as
Yeah,
we just discussed?
as soon as Nick pops over, I'm going to send my cavalry to, which I don't have a good view of whatever it is I'm dealing with. Okay, I've got word from my cavalry that Marshal de la Ville's cavalry is in control of the open ground to our south. So the open ground there, I'm guessing it.
That's what we love to hear.
Yep. Marshal Ville looks like she has Paquette. So I'm going to send my cavalry around to try to flank this guard line and force them to go into square, but not attack them directly. What I think our best bet, it's a tactic that I've used before that works really well when you're dealing with units like the guard, is if you will push your guard up in line to engage them and keep them in a firefight, I'll threaten them. Maybe they go into square, maybe they don't, but I'll threaten them. And then I will have my two brigades of regulars go into shot column, roll up behind your guard, and your guard can shield them and screen them, and they'll charge through. That way, they don't get beat up on the approach march, and they only have the last 200 meters of ground to charge across in column. And I mean, even guards not going to survive getting hit with 2 and 3 regiments in column at a time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I definitely see what you're talking about. I don't think we have quite the time to pull this off as precisely as you'd like. So I think I'm going to start pushing in now and just get the cavalry in as quickly as you can and get those reinforcements in as quickly as you can.
Yeah, my
And I
next
think just
order.
hitting these guard units hard right now is what we need to do to push him back and give Marshall the distraction he needs to make his play.
Yeah, well, not only that, but we also have to keep these rebel guard units from retreating to the city. We've got to keep them.
Yeah.
We've got to keep them in the fight here.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's I ordered, which I'll see here momentarily what they've done. But I ordered my division to move up in a line of columns. So basically, they should already be in assault column as they come up behind the guard. So I'm going to tell them fix bayonets and charge, so we can try to make the guard fight a scrum rather than stand here and use their superior skills and morale.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
I could use some cavalry of any quality. I don't know if any has even one block to spare. I know that I have guard cavalry that I think is attached to De Valley. I guess I'll have to ask the umpire. I don't know who's commanding the guard cavalry.
I don't either. I have a brigade of cavalry of 4 regiments.
Mm-hmm.
So
if the guard cavalry is under
Dave's back.
No, I just came down here and said, yeah, all your orders have been conducted. So Marshall, you can just stay in the Emperor channels, and you two can go into another room.
Dave, real quick, the guard cavalry that's on the map, who is in command of that?
The guard cavalry. Let me double check.
Thanks. Yeah, I might have that whole formation, guys. I don't know. Okay, they're out. All right.
You know that the Guard Cavalry is under Amelia's command, De Laval.
Okay. And then that would also apply to the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, right? Which is quite close to my position. Dispatch to.
If it's Guard Cavalry, then I would presume so, but I can double check for you if you like.
Well, that's not Guard Cavalry. That's just. I need 2 blocks from her to meet me at Bellevue and follow me as quickly as I can. 2 cavalry blocks from her command. She can send guards. She can send anything. I don't care what she sends. She could send her 2 weakest cavalry units. I don't care.
Sure. Do you want to write a message out for that command?
Yeah, I'll do it real quick.
Thank you.
To
Yeah, you finish off that little message, and I'll go back to the umpires, and I'll make sure it goes out. Okay?
Thank you. All right, dispatch. Please detach and send me any 2 cavalry squadrons you can. I need the escort. We're close to ending this, and we have a fantastic opening. I am taking it as quickly as you can. Send them to Bellevue. All right, and we'll see what we get there. I'm not going to worry about that. I don't think quality or rating is going to make that much of a difference. I just want to have them. Okay. All right. So it looks like things are going well. I wonder if the enemy is pulling back deliberately. And if that's the case, then we could be in for quite a ride. But part of any Kriegsspiel is sort of, there's these other elements to it. It's not all about fighting and slaying troops on the battlefield. Because the fact of the matter is, most of the time, the odds are pretty close to even, and you're going to give as good as you get. So these other things that you do, the maneuvering, even the political little gambits, these little things that we do here, sometimes make a difference, can have a decisive result. So I'm going to take, a small division, a mini division of 6 blocks, 2 cavalry, 4 infantry, 2 of guard, 2 of space marines, which are basically my personal bodyguard. And we're gonna push on into the capital. And we'll go to the red headquarters, the red service headquarters, which is a secret police. We'll go to the Senate. We'll round up all of this stuff here. We'll clean up all this. And even though I've only got like 4 blocks, it should be more than enough. These militia units they're not gonna hit. I'm gonna steamroll all of that. And once we do that, then I think the umpires will say, okay, he's done what he needs to do. It's a done deal, and that's that. So, and again, the goal here, of course, is to win in this particular game, and I think that'll do it. All right, let's take a look at some of the comments here. Lancer had mentioned running a Russian Civil War. half a dozen factions. And yeah, that would be super cool to do something like that. Just remember, when you get into history, you're going to end up with people who know the history better than you, even if you think you know it really well. It's probably not always the case, but it's possible. And, you get into stuff. It's better to fictionalize it. Plus, you avoid the political commentary and discussions, which can also be a thing. Um, you know, but yeah, that would be cool. He says for a longer battle or campaign, you definitely need to track logistics, but for these shorter skirmishes, it seems like needless extra work. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the widespread conclusion, and so we don't really bother with tracking the logistics on one-off battles and stuff. But yeah, I think it's a factor, and it's cool to model it. It's fun to model it when you have the time and the resources, you know. But it's gotta pay. Cleaning my monitors, so if you see the screen shaking, it's because I notice with the sun there's a buildup of dust, and well, I like to be able to see. Starship Troopers campaign would be pretty cool, though. That would be. It would be possible to run a Starship Troopers scenario as a one-sided game, with the bugs being run as AI and strictly defined parameters on how it acts in certain situations. Yes, and we've talked about doing co-op campaigns, where the umpires just kind of run kind of what we call bot.
Okay, Marshall.
Go ahead, Dave.
So you're crossing the bridge with 2 units of your Imperial Guards. You'll get the screenshot momentarily, I'm sure. However, up ahead of you, just in the region of Boulogne, de Boulogne, next to the river, you see what appears to be units marching towards you in attack column, by the looks of things, up ahead.
An attack column, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, and do they have a particular flag, music, anything to indicate their allegiance?
I'm going to say you take a look at it, and you can tell by their uniforms they look like they might be the Blue Guard.
Okay. Then unfortunately we need to withdraw back across the bridge. Hold on that side of the bridge and send troops to hold the bridge to the north as well. So that's what we have to do, unfortunately. Man, that was close. Okay. Alright, yeah, we have to defend. So one block defends here, the other block defends up there, quickly.
Okay. No worries.
Okay.
Good luck.
Hey, if they want to parlay, if there's an officer behind them, I would be willing to parlay with them to see if they will respond to a flag of truce.
Okay, I'll say you do that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As in addition,
what,
yeah.
Telling them to join you or die, or what?
Well, I'll talk to them. I'll speak to them myself.
Okay.
But basically, I'll communicate that their forces are being overrun in the south and center, and at this point, it's just suicide. It's over. And I'll negotiate with whoever's in command to get them to lay down their arms if they don't want to switch sides, at least be neutral.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, Dave.
Excellent. No worries, man.
Okay, darn it. So now the baddies are coming this way. That's a problem. And now I'm having to maybe hold there. For sure I can hold here. Need to send a dispatch. Let's see. Come on, come on. There we go. BOU. Okay. All right. So, in an era of instant communications, do you still require players to write dispatches, or can they chat among themselves? In a very casual game, we might let them chat, but no. Part of Kriegsspiel is delayed communication, messaging, and order implementation, as well as fog of war. So in order to do that, all messages have to be routed through an umpire, and the umpire determines how long it takes for the message to arrive and delivers the message when it would arrive in real life, more or less. So I have just sent a dispatch, for example, to Heinz, who commands one of the corps, one of the reserve corps, and he'll get that message on the next turn. He's not going to get it instantly. If we happen to be co-located on the battlefield, I mean, there's like a group of us and we're together, then yes, we will be able to communicate in real time because we're face to face. But otherwise, no. We have to write a dispatch and send it through the Empire. Okay, let's see here. All right. And I can see from my Discord they're talking to my other two commanders there, working out how they're going to do that attack on that last little element of guard with their artillery. It's a tough nut to crack. Guard are hard to kill. And the blue guard, which I think is militia, they're like low rated units. That's these guys back here as well. Blue guard C. I think I can destroy them with even a small force, but I could also get overwhelmed, so I have to be careful. So taking those bridges, creating a Thermopylae moment there. At a minimum, I contain them. And if I'm spending maybe 2 or 4 blocks to contain an entire enemy division, it's worth it. It's good economy of force. We're getting the better deal. And who knows, maybe there's a human commander I can talk to. Okay, interesting. So, yeah, it looks grim for the Blues, or so I hope. Um, so the comms function differently between eras and delay and stuff. Yes, yes, they do. Yeah, realistic simulation of communications is a big part of Kriegsspiel. So if we were doing something more modern, we would do radios, and we've done World War II stuff, and it's interesting because one time I ran a World War II scenario set in Russia as Battle of Moscow. And the player's like, oh, cool, we'll have radios. And it's like, well, actually, no, you don't. Only certain elements have radios. And then those radios have limited range, and they do not always work the way that you think they work. They're quite technical, and the capabilities are quite limited. So it was a surprise for a lot of the players. And they had to struggle with spotty communications throughout the scenario. So, but they like that too. It's part of the challenge. All right, let's see here. Okay. Hey, Argos, come here. Come here. Hey, how him doing? Good boy. Yeah, look at you. Look at you. I don't have any treats. I don't have any treats. Sorry, I don't have any treats. But I'm glad you came for a visit. Yeah, good boy. Good boy, Argos. Glad you came for a visit. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright. This has been a complicated turn for the umpires, so it's probably going to take a little longer. Yeah, it's my dog Argos. Yeah. Yeah, I am a dog lover in real life, not just in the campaign, but in real life as well. Can't beat them, man. They're great. Yeah, the dog is safe. Yep, that's it. As long as the dog is safe, we're good. Oh man. So from the reports I've been getting is we control more or less this line now. So I don't know if he pulled back intentionally to consolidate or what, but it seems like we have some momentum here. And maybe he pulled back that way to draw us in while this attack comes around. But that's been spoiled now. It's been detected. And hopefully contained. So even if I don't get across and make my grand tour, which I thought was going to be the coup de grace there, I at least contain his attack, in which case his plan will be foiled. So really that makes the difference. So That's a big turn for me. Didn't think it would be. We should be getting an update any minute now. It's about time. This unit coming in. That must have been Jan's hammer blow, I'm guessing. I am wondering if that was part of his master plan. Alright, we got a new member of our Facebook group. Very nice. Still hanging out. Hey, Achilles, howdy, welcome. You've just arrived to catch the Christmas Coup. So far, things are going well. We have them on the run in most sectors here in the north. I don't know about the south. They look pretty strong. They have a good position here in the south. But otherwise, we're pushing here and here towards the capital. However, he has a flanking force coming in here that I've just now detected and am moving to block. And hopefully I can get that blocked on this turn. If not, they're going to be a problem. I don't think the troops are strong. I think they're low quality troops. So we should be able to deal with them without having a whole lot of forces. But anything that pulls us off the front is it's going to cost us. I am hopeful that the enemy commander will parley with me. Then I can negotiate. Yeah, even poor troops are dangerous in the right position. It's true. But right now, I hold the other bank, the far bank, so they would have to cross the river in the face of my guard. Probably just shoot them. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. I do have reinforcements coming up to my position. I don't know, in fact, if we can guard this northern bridge. The southern bridge, we've got pretty much there's nothing they can do. Because I went across, detected them, said, alright, let's come back and defend. But I have one block which can defend here, no problem. The other block, however, needs to get up here. So my hope is his orders were to march south and cross at this bridge rather than this bridge. And in so doing, we have the time. Otherwise, they're going to be across up there, and it's going to be a fight. And it's not a fight I am likely to win, even against poor troops, until reinforcements come up and we can contain them. And then once we have them contained, the poor quality of those troops should allow us to basically steamroll them. Yes, it is a map of Paris, even though today it's Ville du Progrès, also known as Vermillionville, capital of the Vermillion Empire. So it's a fictional battle in a fictional world using an actual historic map. So a little bit of imagination here at work, but it works beautifully. It's great. It's a lot of fun. All right. Oh, here is my report. Oh, this doesn't look so bad. Look at that. See?
Hello, I apologize for the length of that turn. Just a lot happened.
That's what I figured. Yeah, this was one of those ones I could tell.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. So, just making sure you have your dispatch. Yes, you do. Okay, so, you sent out your courier to the blue unit of the Blue Guard.
Yeah.
Arrived, and he's not coming back.
Okay. Okay.
And you see they are marching forward to you.
Okay.
You can also probably see to your right that that the guard is moving forward, and there's a lot of cannon fire going in that direction.
Okay. Um, What about the bridge to my north?
Bridge to the north, the men arrived, and they are setting up position there.
So I'm holding both bridge crossings.
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, have them barricade with whatever they can and, basically hold. I don't think they'll be able to do much, but anything to complicate a crossing. And then let them come at me. The
All right.
guards, if they want to play Thermopylae, we can play Thermopylae.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right. So, so we got them. We've bottled them up here with just uh, two elements of my force. Not bad. We should be able to hold that, at least until reinforcements arrive. Okay, Space Marines are coming up. Let's see here. Heading to Meudon, M-E-U-D-O-N. Where is that? M-E-U-D-O-N. It says, Your Majesty, we are heading to Meudon. I should reach the town in 30 to 45 minutes. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. Okay, it's this. Which we've actually cleared all this out. So, these units are on their way. And are probably on their way here. Okay. We call them Space Marines. It's something of a joke, obviously. I'll explain it in a minute. Okay. All right. I'm looking at this and I wonder if he's only got three units. I wonder if he is himself distraction or something. So we're going to have to give it time to develop so that we can see. But if they killed my messenger, well, we'll subject all of them to the guillotine, I suppose. There won't be much mercy for killing a messenger. You can rebel against me, and I might turn the other cheek to some degree, grant mercy, but you kill the messenger? Nah. That's just uncivilized. But we'll find out what they've done. Those monsters. Alright. Yep, we've done it. We've bottled them up, I think, and if there are only 3 units, poor quality troops, it should be even better. And when the Space Marines get here, we'll push across. So let's talk about Space Marines, right? So we've always had a joke about elite units being treated as Space Marines in Kriegsspiel. Space Marines is a reference to, I think it's the Warhammer universe or whatever. I've actually not really been into it or played it much. But, they're these super elite, soldiers, whatever, mercenaries. Apparently there's different kinds of Space Marines, whatever. In the campaign, Heinz, I think, or no, it was not Heinz, it was Marshal Toussaint, commanded a unit of Marines. And in the campaign, each player kind of colored their formations, and so he colored his formation after Marines and talked about these really colorful soldiers who were quite tough and capable in combat, even though they weren't quite disciplined or weren't quite that effective in line formation. They were excellent at melee and other things. So basically, they're sailors, right? Who, become Marines. And we wrote into the lore that one of the Emperor's dogs got lost, and it was the Space Marines, because they're so clever, even though not formally educated, they're quite clever, who found the missing dog. And the Emperor, of course, was like, wow, these guys are great. I'm going to turn them, a certain element of them, into my personal bodyguard. And so they are the Emperor's bodyguard, if you will. And they have an elite rating. They are one step below the guard, but they have an elite rating, and, there you have it. But we call them Space Marines, Special Palace and Carriage Escort Marines. And that was to the joke. So we made up the acronym for what space stands for. And, whatever. So, being cute. Yes, resistance is futile. So, I don't know if this is a botted unit here, or if it's a larger formation with a human commander. I'm starting to suspect, because I only see the the 3 blocks. Which, if I look at this really closely, I might even be able to see which 3 blocks. I might get more intel out of this. So obviously you want to identify the unit flags and other things. So this is 19th, it looks like, maybe 19th Infantry Brigade. Okay. So let's see if there's a formation called 19th or 13th Infantry Brigade in the module. Little metadata there, right? Let's see there. They're yellow. And this is it. This is the Light Division. Blue Guard. This is the formation that's opposing me, so it's small. There you have it. We cracked that one. So, they're basically right here, more or less. And we hold the crossings. I don't know that they'll attack, and if they don't attack, as soon as the Space Marines come up, I'll push. So, I need to update Heinz. No, I'll wait a turn. I'll wait until I know a little more. Okay. So, the unit isn't coming from here as I feared. They're coming from here. See the name there? You said south, not southwest, but that's okay. I can pardon that. So now we just have to deal with this. The Light Division. Just have to deal with it. And that's that. And that's fewer troops here. We're going to fight them anyway. So once the Space Marines come up, maybe even before. I'm sad now that we hunkered down. Now I worry that they could block us here and here. We have the opposite situation develop. Without artillery, what are we going to do? Worse if they bring artillery. But they only have, what, 1 battery there? They do. They have a battery. That's not good either. Okay. Okay, dispatch to Hines. Enemy appears to be blue guard with 1 battery. These troops should be easy to destroy, so I will switch to an attack stance. However, they have artillery that could complicate things. I may pass through the park with its cover to the north of Boulogne. In any case, I could use a battery up here. Any battery will do, but only if you have it to spare. I will not. If not, I will make do. So, if they hold this position, the plan of attack will be like this. Okay, it'll be like that. If, however, they move to defensive positions, then I'll need a battery to come up and fire on them. They could also employ their own battery against me. So, if I want to get defense against the battery, I could move troops like here and here into these areas. The artillery won't be able to do much there. The infantry crosses, and we cut up the infantry. So there are options. It's just I'm not clear or certain which ones we want to exercise. So much, unfortunately, depends on what the commander of the Blue Guard Light Division does. Unfortunately, I've surrendered initiative to him. I exchanged it to gain some security. But now I don't need that security. I don't feel now I need the initiative. So hopefully I get it back. Let's see here. Are the dogs an interactive element? Yes. Could they be poisoned to slow the Emperor even more? Yes. Achilles, if they become engaged with one, you can flank with the other from a pretty good situation. Assuming he does not have anyone else over there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they have, but obviously he sent them right from the beginning. So this was part of the plan to come up and kind of knock on our back door at least. I don't know if he intended it to be a distraction or if the rest of these forces are coming up. The only thing that concerns me is this battery. This battery here, it's horse artillery, can fire canister, a grape shot. It'll decimate my guard units. So either I'll have to destroy it, which getting to it with these other troops around might be a little tough, or something. I don't know. I have to contend with it. What a shame. I could have hit them head on and probably won. But I thought they were coming north from my flank there. I didn't know how many. Anyway, that fog of war gets you every time. Any minute now we should get a report, so kind of want a little break, but getting kind of hungry. But we'll see. You know what, I could probably escape for a minute anyway. Let's do that. I will be back, folks. I'm going to be on audio. Okay. Still standing by for an update, but it should be any minute now. Okay, looks like the Empire had a server crash, but they're getting back online. That sometimes happens. Not very often. And why, who knows? But that's probably the reason for the delay. So just standing by any minute now. I believe they're already back up and running. Any minute now there should be an update here. Meanwhile, I'm going to have a little bit of lunch while I sit here. I'll mute my mic. All right, still standing by. All right. If anyone has questions or comments, feel free to post them in the YouTube. I will answer, even if you're watching this in the future, long after the game is concluded. I will still get a notification. I'll come back and answer.
Hey, Marshall.
Hey, Dave, go ahead.
So, your screenshot will be with you momentarily. The Blue Guards have not seen fit to advance. They're kind of milling about where they were. And within the last few moments, a brigade of the 2nd Cavalry has come marching up to Bellevue. There is a lot of cannon fire and musket fire can be heard to your east as the battle continues there. What are your orders?
I'm still waiting on that screen to come through. But in general, they're going to be attack. Light division is to my front. It looks like it's 3 brigades, correct? Or whatever. I see artillery with them?
Say that again. The light division.
Okay, so the enemy to my front.
Yeah.
I see 3 units. Is that still the case?
That's still the case.
Do they have artillery?
They do not have artillery, no.
Attack.
Okay.
Try to flank them. So I'll share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there is my screenshot. Ooh, very
Yeah.
nice. Okay, so, I didn't know I had all that. Okay, that's plenty of cav. Okay, so, attack here, and attack here. Well, actually, attack here.
You need to share your screen, mate.
Oh, I thought I was doing that. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
And if possible, the cavalry can come around to the south.
Yeah, sure.
If possible, but I think even the guard themselves should be sufficient. So, send them in. Attack.
In goes the boys.
Yep.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you.
That's all right, mate. Good luck.
Thanks. All right. You got it. Bye-bye. Okay, so there you have it. We're attacking. And I think it should go well. There could be bad luck, but it should do all right. He caught a 15-pounder. Well, yes. Good luck, and we'll probably run for at least another hour or two. But hopefully, if I smash through here, it'll make an impact on the umpires, and they'll say, hey, this is it. Depends on how they're doing across the front. So, but I do think I'll smash through here, and once I'm through here, that's it. Drive safely home. And for the rest of us, the battle continues. Sorry, I'm talking to Alex, and he's the developer of the brigade system, by the way. And he's doing some work on another Kriegsspiel module and was wanting some pieces. But I think he can get them on his own. We'll see. If he needs help, I'll help him. In the meantime, Space Marines report they're headed up this way. I don't know when they'll arrive, but soon. So Alex is running a scenario. It's kind of fun. He's running a 1v1, probably using a new prototype system that he's working on. And his is a 10-minute scale, so it's a little bit more fine than what we're used to using, but it's still double what I'm doing, which is a 5-minute scale in the K22 system. But each scale emphasizes or kind of enhances different things. It's like looking at a nebula in space in different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. You see different things. If you look in the visible wavelength, you see certain things. If you look in infrared, you see other things, and in X-ray, still other things. You know, so that's how that works. It's the same way with Kriegsspiel. You can have turns at, a turn per month. That's obviously a diplomatic operational campaign. You can have a turn per week. Still that grand scale. You can have a turn per day, which then brings it down. It's still operational scale, but not so grand. You could have a turn per hour, so each turn represents an hour. Now you're getting into a finer operational scale, smaller operation. You can do 15 minutes. Now you're at the tactical level, but it's kind of grand tactical, so it's a big engagement, 15, 20 minutes. 10 minutes, you're getting into a smaller engagement. 5 minutes, you're at, basically brigade level, division versus division, essentially. And then at 2 minutes, which is original Kriegsspiel, you could just be brigade versus brigade. So that's how those scales kind of work. Alright, so here we are. That attack should do well. But I don't want to melee. Under the brigade system, melee is really dicey for both sides. In fact, if you have inferior troops, that's probably your best bet. Under the K-22 system, if you melee, you get punished. Because not only were melees rare, but they're also inherently brutal and bloody. So, all units that are involved take losses in a melee. But then there can be an overall winner or loser. So, I was just thinking K-22 sounds like a Soviet submarine. Somebody hearing that might think we've developed naval Kriegsspiel, which, by the way, we do have naval Kriegsspiels. It would be interesting to run a submarine simulation naval Kriegsspiel. But that could also be really boring. You play for, 6 hours, nothing, nothing, nothing. Oh, there's a torpedo in the water. It's coming at you on this bearing, on this heading. How far away? I don't know. But it sure is pinging you. Alright. Oh, I have my camera off. How do you get to see my handsome face if I turn my camera off? Do that whenever I'm eating something usually. You probably don't want to watch me eat. Alright. Let's keep the YouTube up. There we go. K-22, the Akula from hell, huh? The shark. Didn't know that was actually a hull designation, but there you have it. Let's look it up. The Akula was a crazy sub. K-22 Kansas Highway. K-22 trailer, part of the radar system, SCR-270 radar system. K-22 steam-propelled First World War K-class submarine of the British Royal Navy. Family uniform polytope Smith & Wesson. It's a revolver, Symphony number 5. And look here. Here is Soviet K-22 class submarine. Soviet S-class. Okay. Looks like a diesel sub, either World War II or post-World War II. In service 39 to 59. There you go. Yeah. It's a big sub. Look at that right there. K-22. Looks kind of cool. All right. There we go. Anyway, there you have it. Sunk February 7th, 1943 by mines. Oh, well, that doesn't bode well for me. All right. Well, let's see what happens. At this point, I would expect that Jan is concocting a gambit of some sort, assuming he's having a hard time here in the south. He can't be assuming he's winning. And once I smash through here in the north, which I expect to do because, gosh, these are guard versus militia, or what we have, these are trained infantry at best. But, you know, that's like Navy SEALs versus boots fresh out of boot camp, you know? What do you do? Theoretically speaking, they're line infantry. check here. Here I'm talking to Alex. I'm also supposed to be paying attention to the game. But still nothing. They'll hop on voice and interrupt me. It'll take about 2 turns to burn through this, maybe 3. Minutes is Achilles. Around the king, the thunder or something. Yeah, around. Yeah, that's great. Circa Regina Tonat. Circa Regna, not Regina, Regna. Alright, that's great. Around the throne, thunder rolls. That makes sense. That's great. Yeah, I tried to teach myself Latin when I was young. I was a teenager. Very fascinated with it. I got some books. Never had any classes though. But I can kind of make out much of it. Plus English is informed by it. It's probably English has more in common with German than Latin, obviously, but you can pick a few things out. Let's see, do I see umpires out? No, not yet. They're having to do a lot of work. It's a big front, too. They're fighting on all these fronts. I mean, with fighting, basically from here on, it's a tremendous amount of work. Sir Thomas Wyatt wrote that while in prison in the Tower, sent by Henry VIII with Anne Boleyn. He was a poet. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's neat. It's quite a story. One of my degrees is in history, and so all of that whole period, I studied that in a little bit of detail. But a very long time ago. Pretty cool. Really too bad. Henry, even though a strong ruler, man, if he wasn't always messing around, he created some of his own problems. You know? But hey, that's the king. It's good to be the king. Okay, so when was our last update? It's been about a half hour. So they're going to 30 minutes. So now they're kind of topside long, these turns. But yeah, there's a lot of work that we're making them do.
Hey, Marshall.
Hey, David.
So, in the last few moments, your Imperial Guard, assisted by the units of the 2nd Cavalry, have charged against the Blue Guard, and you see that their charge and attack has gone very, very well, and you're
Hold
Oh.
on.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, it's over.
Oh yes, and oh boy, do I have a story.
Oh Jesus!
Is that a good thing?
Oh no!
Did he drop?
It's never good. It's never good when
so-
the Empire does anything like this.
All right, I did send a video for everyone to watch because there is. It is
Republican
this is
victory.
yep. So, if you guys, if Portal, do you think you could live stream this so everyone can see what's going on?
Sure.
Thank you.
But can we get the table?
Yes. The table is IKS Christmas Coup. The password is 1804.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the overall situation. Second Corps is coming up, which has been basically led entirely by Kunwit as 2nd Division commander. However, he has made the questionable decision to move to 3rd Division Command. And that was questionable because of something that happened a bit later in the middle of the game. Plato switched sides with some of his forces. Some of them laid down their arms, some continued the fight, but quite a bit of them, about half, decided to join the Republican side with him, feeling abandoned by Ogle, who had basically left them for other commands. And so now that he is a Republican, it is most likely that Kuhn is going to be captured, basically decapitating the command of 2nd Corps. Other things going on. Ogle is in the thick of it. Jess got shot. Wounded, but not dead.
Oh,
Uh,
poor lad.
one of the blocks of the brigade of the guard was captured, and the others are in squares and presumably about to be captured. The attacks along the road are faltering and not making much headway. The only big success that's going on at the moment is with de Laval's cavalry corps and the what is being supervised by Marshall of the North. And even then, that was with heavy odds in the Imperial favor. So, where do we begin with what happened during this entire game?
Where's the Argentina channel? Where can I just get in there? Can I,
I will say, I actually will ask, probably Heinz, what would you do seeing the guard being captured? Just to get this out of the way before we go into the post-game synopsis of what happened. Oh, Heinz is not here. Well, Heinz did send a message basically saying to his wife, or the Navy officers, hey, if anything bad happens, just send them away. He might stand with the Imperials and accept a surrender. In fact, I think that's probably what he would do, such a brave man. He would accept defeat and be captured. Marshall, you are here, seeing your army flee before you, at least not right before you. Yeah, you should be there, but you'd still see this. What would you do, seeing the men to your south running, and the artillery basically about to turn on you?
Well, my plan was to march north into the city and announce basically our victory and take down these proclamations and such and quell whatever was happening there. So that whatever's happening here on the front, I mean, my hope is that largely it's a wash, because that's what I expected with the system we're using, and that my triumphant entry into the city center would knock the wind out of the fight, out of the revolution, out of the coup.
Well, obviously that's not happening now.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you do in this case? Would you still try and continue this push?
In the north?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't have a choice. Even if we have to fall back to a defensive position, let's say, right here, and regroup, that's what we would do. But we can't, because this is existential, we can't just surrender. And I'm having success in the north. I don't know what the hell's going on in the south. That's really weird. But, I don't know what forces we still have. Of course, I've never known what forces we have. It's an inherently chaotic situation.
Yes, as all coups are. You don't know who's loyal and who's not.
And I don't know where Prince Brendan is.
Prince Brendan is fine and well. He is leading a division.
Yeah. Yeah. So, 17 years old leading a division, huh?
Yeah, and he's doing a decent job at it.
Yeah, okay. Huh.
So, Yeah, I would say this is a Republican victory. The government is, well, the Senate, forcibly assembled by Jan, with a new Republican president,
Forcibly.
is declaring Marshall a traitor and is basically renouncing the crown from him at this point. In fact, he's listed a series of things that would be debated and occur. So let me just take a look, make sure I get this right. Yes, Samson, I know you're here. Yep, my cat's here, so. Where is it? Okay, 1, declare the abdication of Marshall. 2, dismantle the Empire and the Red Service. 3, declare the independence of all colonies which are granted the free decision to join the Republic as autonomous states.
Wow.
So...
Well, it comes down to what the rest of the people of the broader empire decide, obviously.
That is true. That is very true.
Because, last I checked, the Emperor was quite the hero. And for suddenly this usurper to come and forcibly assemble the Senate.
That is quite true.
And the Republicans, having no further use of these liberal usurpers, will probably seek to destroy them in turn. So.
Well, not exactly.
Well, the Republicans aren't interested in leftist opinions, liberal opinions. I assure you that.
May I finish, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
The last orders that were successfully got out to the rest of the country were from you. They were your first orders to all military commands.
Mm-hmm.
To, if I can get my cursor over it, a coup attempt is underway by Jan Heinman and elements of the Imperial Guard and the Army. Oh God, come on, Samson. Samson, no. He's moving my cursor so I can't read it. Give me his. Guard and the Army. Do not approach Ville du Progrès unless under orders of the Emperor himself. Send an immediate report of your position and stand at the ready to respond should orders be given. Again, only obey orders issued by the Emperor. Forward all other attempts at command to the palace.
Okay, and then what about the dispatch that was sent at... it's sent at 8:32 a.m. real time. And turn time, it was sent at 8:15.
Okay, that was successfully got out to other commands.
Right. Yeah.
Where was it? Yeah, off-map commands, and I didn't have time to read it because I was focused on getting everything organized. So let me just take a look at it. Come on, where is it? There it is. Activate your troops and march to either palace or Senate building, whichever is closer. You are to seek the destruction of any Republican forces you encounter. The situation in the capital is coming under control, but the traitors have some numbers, so assistance is required to terminate resistance and restore order. Come quickly with your signature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a pickle, because in the field, you have been defeated. There is practically no way for you to win this.
But I am not captured.
You are not captured yet.
At
and
all.
I would assume you would retreat with your family. You would retire with your family. Or would you stay on the field and accept the surrender?
No, of course not. I would locate loyal units, not my family. I'm not going to bring, I don't want my family to be caught up in it to begin with. So the goal is to unite with whatever corps remain outside of the capital.
See you, Felix.
So that's logically what I would do. So it looks like there's a campaign after the campaign.
Oh, boy.
So he may control the city center. He may control the city at this time.
Yes.
But the forces that he has are probably greatly outnumbered by the rest of the army. Then it comes down to what does the rest of the army do?
Yeah. Well, it looks like I sent the wrong video then. It's not the Republican victory. It's a Sam Miller victory. It is a civil war.
Yep.
We are having a civil war in Vermillion. One which I cannot run.
Well, there you have it.
Well, and that it concludes the Christmas coup. It was a success for the Republicans. The ideals of the Republic have not been squashed out, but neither is it a complete victory for them. There are forces coming, and they will have a hard fight to hold their gains. So, allow me to explain how we got to this position. I'm going to quickly save this tabletop.
I think what you do is you Kriegsspiel it, you set odds and roll a die and announce it. All right, the Civil War's over.
Well, we'll see.
But, unironically, that is definitely a high possibility.
Yeah.
All right, so I will, if you'll mind me, excuse me for doing this, but I'm going to shift it to where it started. All pieces should give it time to load for everyone. I'll wait till Marshall's done since he has a live stream. Okay, so this was the situation at the beginning. Okay. First things that were really happening were from Jan and Ogle. They sent orders to their corps to basically for Ogle to, as you should know, surround the capital. Surround the palace, while First Corps went and made sure that the capital was secured. Unfortunately, the courier for that was captured by the Space Marines and was given to the Red Service, who already had a file on Jan Heinemann, and at 5 o'clock presented it to Marshall, the Emperor, and waking him up, telling him that he is staging a coup. Marshall then summoned a council of war with Toussaint and Ogle, his only two remaining loyal officers so far. Ogle spilled the beans, and Toussaint summoned his corps. A flurry of commands went out to Hines and de Laval and others, including the guard, yes, to come back. And Ogle was given a blank check to basically handle this, and he would receive a higher position in the government. Obviously, that did not happen. So it might still happen, but we'll see. In any case, afterwards, during this, Jan was moving with the guard up to the Red Service. And they were about here when the couriers caught up to him. And an interesting dilemma was made. The troops that Jan was with were loyal to the Emperor, not to the coup. And so he had to jump columns and took one courier with him. Was able to capture one courier. Unfortunately, that courier was for the Red Service. So they were unable to prepare themselves for being besieged. And so by the time that morning came around and all units were beginning to march, the Red Service was surrounded and the Girondins was being summoned to support and help the important communication system. Meanwhile, Shadow Corps and First Corps were beginning to move to Antony and Meudon, while Ogle was marching down to his own camp, where there is a dilemma with the orders being sent. He tried to convince them to join the Republican cause. Unfortunately, it didn't really sway many hearts. In fact, it only swayed some in the other direction. And his cavalry switched to becoming Republican. While he marched east, the remaining loyal forces wavered and stayed put for the time being. There was actually an interesting moment where he was almost fired upon by his own men when he tried to return to understand why they were not following his orders. Fortunately, he made the right call to not pursue that and continued on with his path. What else? What else do I... Oh yeah, Heinz went off to get some Navy men. Amelia was coming up from the south and to support Marshall. So really, they had a lot more forces than were anticipated. The Republicans. And also the Blue Guard was summoned to support the Guard in the city. And with Guard and the populace against them, the gendarmes did not stand a chance, and so they slowly had to fall back. The cavalry was able to make it out with some senators, and a Senate was summoned with a new Senate as previously stated. I think this brings us to the next phase, if I can get to it. And as you will all recall, excuse me for, again, loading up this. This is the situation when the game began. Brendan had escaped the palace and had joined with Third Corps. And Toussaint went out to try and find his corps. Speaking of which, we're going back to the decapitation of the command structure of that corps, the courier arrived, but someone had to guide them back. So they had to send someone else. However, no one really checked his loyalty. And there were Republican loyalists in the Second Corps. And so when Toussaint and the messenger arrived, the messenger basically told him, Second Corps is coming, but you will not live to see them. And basically took him out the side of the road and killed him. And left his body laying beside for someone to find. And he just vanished.
Who got shot?
Toussaint.
Oh,
Marshal
no.
Toussaint.
Oh, no.
This was especially bad for Second Corps because of the two remaining division commanders, one of them was sick and got very sick in the cold and was basically out of the fight for the entire day, leaving it to Kuhn to lead the entirety of the command. And as I said at the very end, he was presumably going to be captured by Plato at the very end. The plan was good for the Imperial forces. We're trying to move up and make punches through multiple directions and move up through multiple angles, while the Republicans were trying to hold multiple fronts that were really, some of them were untenable. However, this true success would have relied on Second Corps, and they were focused on dealing with the traitors that were a part of that corps. They did deal with them, and they were about to approach basically here before the game ended. Unfortunately, that delay in trying to recover from that fight was one chink in the juggernaut of Marshall's war machine to basically tilt the side a little bit more. What remains of Second Corps is now either captured or running. Or Republican Second Corps is captured or running. But they definitely turned the tide of this battle, even though there was no commander for them, which is surprising. Okay, what else? During the battle, I would say so. Just summarizing what happened in the battle, Republican forces were forced to fall back and head to better positions as the hard punch from the guard and the cavalry forced them to retreat north. Plato was planning to siege out this chateau, but decided to switch sides about halfway through and send a messenger, one of which was shot, unfortunately, because the intent was not known, because they were being blasted by artillery during that moment. Let's see. What else? The Shadow Corps was really everywhere. They were proved themselves to be definitely to plug the holes and help where it was needed. Let's see. What were the other major events? I will say it. If you look up here to the north, this battle almost ended basically when it began. Sorry, this is a bit, going, bit jumpy from moment to moment. It's just, it's a lot to cover in this. This battle almost ended when it began because Jan was alone, and Marshall was right here. He could have come up and captured him if he wanted to, but he said only if it was possible, and by the time that he had was able to intercept, he would have been too close to Republican forces. So, really the big moments were the defeat of the forces down here, delaying Second Corps, the turn of Plato, and the charge of the Guard at the very end, which I will actually get back to because that will hopefully help to show the overall turn of events. So, what remains of the forces? Second Corps is hurt, but not badly. Plato, in good condition, and can easily deal with that. De Laval's cavalry, battered, but mostly intact. It's still effective fighting. An effective fighting force. Heinz, he's in a bit of a mess, his command, and is going to need time to recover. The Guard, half of it is shattered, another third is split, and the rest is pretty good. Overall, they need time to recover, and they have definitely is a hurt for morale for the Imperial forces. As for Republicans, they're doing all right. The Blue Guard holding firm because they were in the city the entire game. Loyal Republican Third Corps was pretty good. They're in decent condition. Fourth Division, they are fine. Perfectly fine. Overall, Republicans have more forces that are fresh and able to commit troops into wherever needed than the Imperials do. So it is a Imperial defeat, but they are not broken. And I guess I'll turn it over to players or whoever needs to leave right now. Actually, I'll do it the traditional way, going to the umpires first. Starting with sponsor for this game, Peter, if he's here. Sorry I talked a lot, just a lot to cover. Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Sorry, for a second I thought I had lost connection.
Oh.
Yeah, over to the umpires. It's over to the umpires right now. If there anyone that wants to speak, really.
You might have to call on them. They don't know who.
Peter. Oh, is Peter not here? Peter's not here. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Well, David, he was. Well, yeah. Okay, we'll go with David first. What the remaining umpires, and then is David not here?
No, I'm here. I'm here. I was
Okay,
just pressing the unmute button. No, I loved it. It was really fun to. umpire both Marshall and Ogle as well. That was really good. And the charge of the Imperial Guard unit in up on that ridge was I think Lake said it was very picturesque. You could pretty much paint a fresco of it and hang it on the wall for the charge that they did. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, they just kind of met a superior force, and the day just didn't go well for them. But it was fun to watch. It was fun to see.
All right, we'll go over to Republican forces first with the overall commander, Jan Heinemann.
Yeah, all right. So we were obviously also in the situation of not really knowing which forces we could rely on. But the situation turned out rather good. The position of what was that, 5th Division, I believe, up here at Meudon, that was a bit.
Yeah, that was 5th Division.
Yeah, a bit too far forward, probably. Although I was assuming that the cavalry couldn't really attack through these gardens. But anyway, so turned out they fell back behind the guards, and the guards sort of catch the attack. And at this point, the Shadow Corps was already in assault columns, waiting for the attack on Issy, and then exploiting that by a flank attack. We were a bit worried about the center because of the superiority in guns there, horse guns especially, although Amentis fell back into good defensive positions, and also sent a brigade to the north to even support this counterattack even more. So that could have been, in the end, a point to just try to break through for the cavalry, although the ground is not optimal for them. And in the south, yeah, Robin really held this position, a very strong point, also without any problems. So that turned out really well. And we were also the whole time thinking about what was going on in the south there at Orsay, and how long it would take for Second Corps to come up here and join the fight. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy with how all my commanders played today, and good game to everybody.
All right, we'll head over to the other side of things with Marshall.
Well, congratulations on our great victory. We will restore order soon. It's just not going to be today. But obviously, this shows that the Imperial forces are still superior, because where they fought with good, even odds, they overcame. So, my plan was to punch through in the north. I didn't think that I would have a lot of time for that, because I knew that Jan had reserves of Imperial Guard to his rear, and I figured I would punch his flank, but I'd only get about 30 minutes to do that, and then I'd have to pull back. And instead, that flank just started to crumple and give way. So then the next plan was, having destroyed that flank here, it was then to proceed this way and destroy the guard. At the same time, because it seemed to me that we had everything under control, it seemed to me that we commanded a line like this, and that the Republicans were in retreat. So given that, I decided on a gambit, and the gambit was to do what I called the Grand Tour. And the Grand Tour was simply go up here, come in behind them with a small escort of 2 or 4 blocks. Here's the Space Marines coming to escort me. Here's my other blocks. And I did ask for some cavalry. I got 4 blocks, and I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting only 1 or 2. But it was fine. And I was going to go through here, and I figured that once I reached the capital and announced, hey, we've got this, it's over, that would take the wind out of the sails. And the engine, I guess, that's powering the Republican coup would kind of grind to a halt. And then, of course, with their support cut out from underneath them, they would ultimately have to surrender or give up or whatever. And so to do that, I went north to punch across here. and actually wasn't going to punch across. I was just going to waltz across because I didn't see the enemy. When I did that, the enemy was coming, and it said they were coming from the north. So I thought they were coming this way. I thought I was up against a whole new column of troops. And I was like, oh no. So I immediately defended here and here for one turn while we ascertained the situation. In reality, they were coming this way. Had I known they were coming this way, I would have made a different decision probably. In particular, once I saw what they were just this little unit here. And the instant I saw that, I went full attack, as you can tell, and smashed them. And again, the plan was to come back here and make the great announcement and clean up these pamphlets and flyers and other things, and again, shut down this engine. Apparently, of course, that didn't happen. Did the guard go into a bayonet charge?
The guard went into assault columns and attacked.
Yeah, see, it's the thing with the system. I actually commented on this on the live stream that I absolutely did not want to commit the guard to a melee, because the thing with the brigade system is melee kind of evens the odds. And in fact, that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid these yellow blocks would charge or something. I don't want that. Let's see here. Oh no. There we go. Sorry. It opened up like the Discord overlay.
Okay.
And so that was an issue. So I didn't want that to happen. I did not articulate that, though, like, hey, guys, don't charge. And I expected that Heinz would punch in here and at least hold while the guard cleaned up just this little element of guard units here. It was 2 or 3 guard battalions or guard blocks and 2 batteries. And then, of course, from there, I expected the momentum would roll. I cannot defeat treachery like that. And what happens here, you know. That's too bad. The decision, I think, on any given day to charge with the guard would be sound, but knowing that we're using the brigade system, I was not in. I actually commented I don't want them to charge because the guards can win any stand-up fight against these yellow and white and even the salmon-colored blocks, but in a charge it gets real dicey. So
here's the thing: no melee happened up here, except for cavalry.
Did you throw green dice?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you throw green dice, that's you're throwing you're flipping a coin there.
It was the cavalry fight was up. Cavalry fight was up here with the artillery, and they were soundly thrashed, pulled back.
Oh, of course you would be. Yeah, you're charging over open ground.
Yeah.
At what, 8, 12 guns, whatever that is? Nah, come on. But anyway, that's okay. Everybody, Fog of War is a crazy thing, and it's hard to play optimally when you don't know exactly what's going on. And that weight of numbers just really told. At the end of the day, the weight of numbers, I think, started to tell. And with this stuff switching over, had this not switched over, it could have been anyone's game. But once it switches over, that's what I had hoped to do with Cyrus.
Yes, we'll get to him.
Fair play. But by getting Cyrus to switch sides, I figured it would be a sure thing. But look at all these blocks they have. So
yeah. Speaking of turncoats, I think we're going to go over to now the Emperor's son, if he is still around.
Yeah, I'm still around, but I have to remind you that I'm a replacement player, so I'm not too deep into your story stuff.
So you can just go into how the game was for you.
Yeah, it started with let me just get my pen to the right size. It started with huge engagement at this position, and we decided that this is way too forward because we feared that the northern flank will break. So I was ordered to pull back, and it was quite difficult to disengage an already ongoing battle. So I ordered my cavalry to just go in front of my troops, just cause major chaos, and try to withdraw infantry behind cavalry actions. It was working because we were not engaged in melee. It was mainly artillery battle, and yeah, troops were about, I don't know, at the edge of shooting range. So the success were that I was able to retreat into this forests here and make contact with the 4th Division without losing major elements of my division. One hiccup was ongoing, and I don't know the result yet. I guess this is part of my cavalry. I don't know.
Yes, it was technically part of your cavalry. They went out south, as per your orders, and they were supposed to charge them, but at the same time, this infantry unit was marching to the back to its camp.
Okay.
Unaware that their commander had turned coat. And we will get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
But they were currently standing off against what is basically the remaining elements of 2nd Corps.
Yeah, though the initial idea was they got somehow separated in the fight, and I thought, okay, if they are thus far to the south, they can maybe interfere in this marching columns here, or get a attack at the back of 3rd Division, and I gave them order to handle that autonomously. Unfortunately, they just ran into a setup line here.
Yeah, they ran into a wall.
Yeah. So Jan already told us the center was somewhat weak, so I decided to further draw back into the woods so that the cavalry had actually to enter the woods in order to get a fight. If there was at least some infantry support to the center, I would have had major trouble holding this with the decision to reinforce the north with 1 brigade and cavalry brigade. That's it.
All right. We'll head over now to the other commander. Oh, I think you just erased the... Oh, no, it's fine. You erased the lines for the roads going into the other map of Paris.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right.
Jan, I'm doing wonders for your side. Paris is unreachable.
No, it's fine. I just noticed what Ogle's drawing. This white flag.
Oh.
Speaking of which, Ogle, how was your game?
Oh, I have to talk? Okay.
Oh, yes, you have to talk.
Oh,
You were a major player in this.
You have to
All
explain
right.
yourself to the Emperor.
I'll explain myself to either side. I'm in this at this point. I'll be honest. Marshall did a really good job of spooking me out in the lead up to this game, and that is how he was able to convince me to swap sides. So I'm basically in this at this point for the self-preservation, and I know that I just got shot, and I don't know if I'm dead or not. So
You are not dead. You're wounded.
yeah,
Where did he get hit?
I have not rolled for where he got hit.
Oh,
I rolled a d20. If a 10 or lower, he would have been hit. He rolled a 9. So I would assume it is definitely a wound. It's not like a flesh wound, but it is. It's probably like shot in the hand or something.
oh, really? Come on.
Well, okay, the wrist better.
Wow. Okay, Carter. You guys might not remember Carter, but yeah. We had this discussion with another umpire before.
Look, he got wounded, but he didn't get wounded that badly, so he's not going to die from this.
Okay.
Unless it gets infected, in which case it might, maybe. In any case, continue.
We'll see about the middle section. So that is why I felt I needed to try. And plus, to be fair to Marshall as well, he did offer me a really sweet deal. So I'm only human. I'm only human.
Would you care to explain the deal? Because this was something
explain
that
the deal?
happened.
A really, really fancy house. Like it's like not even funny how fancy. Really fancy. He promised me the fanciest house in all of Vermillion. Just want to make that clear. And his second in command for at all eternity. So just those two small things were all that it was that it took to buy my loyalty. Oh my god. Or buy my treachery. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend as though I'm in any way the good guy in this. I'm objectively the worst. Because I was like, all right, time to get third corps, and then half of them deserted. I was like, okay, we're good. We'll just keep pushing. Then I found half of first corps, and I was like, this will turn out good. Maybe I can do this. And then I caught the baggage train of the Shadow Corps on the road. I was like, oh yes, I can win this. And then they like ran like they got like Bugattis or something in the supply train there. I don't know. They got out of there even though I was.
They got hit, but they got better. I got better. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just kept on marching.
I was then given a message and told by the Emperor to return to the palace for a council of war, and so I left one of my subordinates in command and left. And so that is why I left. Like, I was told directly, I was given an order to return to the palace, and so I did so. It was a bit of a Benny Hill trying to get there. Ran into a decapitated corpse. That wasn't fun.
I didn't say it was decapitated, but all right.
I mean, I don't know. I found a corpse. Of
Marshal Toussaint.
Marshal Mack. And so there was that.
Yeah.
And got to the palace. Had a nice, lovely conversation with Hines. We both decided to go out and find Marshal, since that was what my last orders were. Found Marshal. He said he was going to do this grand tour, so me and Hines were like, all right, how can we support and make sure that this happens? And basically what we were both in agreement on is that we needed to pin down the Republican forces here. And they were in the process of pulling back. So the only, this looked, we had heard that De La Valle was doing very well in the south, so we were like, all right, they're going to pull back into the city and make this a street fight, so we have to pin them here and now, so that they don't do that. So that's why I went barreling into the Republican forces. That is why I did what I did. I'm not going to pretend as though it was my best decision ever. I'm just going to say that it seemed like the safest option. No, not even the safest option. The only really good option to make sure that Marshall would not get ambushed by 20,000 Republicans. So yeah, I mean, it's looking like the guard that I took out is pretty much completely shattered here. So
yep, and your fate is in the air.
I think it's time to put up the white flag, especially since half of them are already surrendering. So that's my perspective. I put myself at the mercy of the Republicans, and I'll let them do what they want with me. I deserve it.
That is quite fair. And I forgot to mention secret objectives. So yeah, so multiple players had a few secret objectives. I'll start with one of the big ones. Hines' secret objective was to ensure that the Red Service was no longer a functioning body.
Wow.
So because there was a bit of a rivalry there. He was still on your side, but right. That was a goal of his.
Well, he was gendarme, not Red Service.
He was gendarme, and he did not want the Red Service in control.
Yeah, because they're secret police.
They're idiots.
They're what?
The Red Service are idiots, and they did crap without letting anybody else know.
Yes. Yeah. And the Emperor
would have been a lot easier to deal with. Yeah, it would have been a lot easier to deal with this problem had, I don't know, the commander of your internal security forces known it was about to happen.
Yep. Yeah.
Buddy. I like how you can hear Elmo in Heinz's background, but anyway. The
Yeah,
second
sorry.
thing.
That's
It's
what I'm
quite all right. I'm just joking with you, man.
It's all good. It's those miniatures you guys like to play with. Your dolls.
Oh,
Oh, good lord.
I don't know. Well, I guess since I am here, can I go over what my thought processes were?
Sure. Go ahead, quickly.
Okay, yeah, real fast. So I get the word. I'm far outside of the city, so I know. Okay, I can probably race to the gendarme and assemble what I can, but it's going to be a mess. Or I had the option of going to the port and collecting all the Marines and sailors for that. And I said, well, better to get that and know what, and basically show up with something than race by myself to the capital and risk getting captured. So I went there. I make it to the palace basically when today's events begin. Have no idea of what's going on anywhere. Start marching to the sound of the guns and run into Cyrus, who tells me that yes, he's a Republican, but no, not really, because he's the chancellor. And go for. And then we marched out. My plan when the actual engagement started, what I had kind of expressed to Cyrus was to use his guard as the screen to absorb the fire on the way in. So because I had brigades that were much weaker, and I had them in assault columns. I wanted to charge them through. I actually wanted
so the
to
guard charge was your idea. Okay.
the guard. Well, not the guard charge. My idea, and Felix is around. He would recognize it immediately. Was to use the guard as a screen in line of battle, and have my regular brigades. I had 2 regular brigades and 1 short brigade of veterans. I wanted to have the regular brigades run up behind the guard and go into a full assault. So the guard gets up into shooting range, fires a volley at the other guard, and then a bunch of screaming sailors with hatchets and muskets and everything else go rushing right through them to slam into the guard and take it to the only battle that they could win, which is a melee.
This really was a mess. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cyrus and I agreed that we didn't have time. Not with Marshall doing his grand tour. We couldn't let them withdraw, and we didn't have time to form up a division assault, so it wound up going in piecemeal, and therefore not as good as we had hoped.
Yeah.
And the cavalry, that's on me. We were facing 4 batteries of artillery, and I knew that my division couldn't survive under that long enough to close on the artillery and shoot them. So I ordered the entire cavalry brigade I was hoping they would be able to hide behind my assault column a little, but I ordered them to bum rush the artillery with hopes of being able to overwhelm them.
I see. It nearly worked, but no, unfortunately.
Well, I figured it was a matter of if I was expecting to lose 2 regiments outright, and if I could get the other 2 regiments into the guns while the guns are busy shooting up the ones in front of them, that would be enough to just overwhelm them and wipe them out.
All right.
All right.
Well, you seem like you're busy, so take care.
Yeah, unfortunately. Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
See ya. Now getting back to secret objectives, De Laval, secret objective was to basically prove that her cavalry corps was superior, and all that training that they had gone through in the past 2 months was worth it. And I'd say they definitely proved themselves to be a menace. Basically single-handedly holding the Imperial center and pushing the Republicans back. The third and final one, which was one that came due to Ogle's treachery, was that Jan Heinemann really wanted to see him dead. And basically to make sure he did not live through the day. So I am uncertain of Ogle's survival. He better make some pretty hefty promises. But it is definitely a pickle for Marshal Ogle. And going back to a further point, if he is here, Plato, do you want to talk about what happened with you? Because you were one of the big players, unexpected big players of this game.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
All right.
While he sorts that, what was up with that mysterious carriage?
The mysterious carriage. Oh, those guys. Those were the loyal, the Imperial loyalists, the senators, and the Senate president.
Oh.
Being escorted by the gendarmerie out of the city.
Well, there we go. Where to?
They were being escorted to the palace to organize.
Nice. Okay, yeah, because I put 4 guys to tail them because I had no idea what the hell that was.
Oh, sorry. That was on me. I forgot about that.
Yeah, well, it turned out to be nothing. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe I'm good.
Okay. So, explain what happened and what's your thought process.
Am I allowed to say what you told me when I first signed up for the game?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was one of the first one to ask for like a very minor role. So I got a interesting proposition where I could play as a spy, originally meant to join the Republican side, gather intel, and then defect to the Imperial side. However, it didn't work just because it was a tad bit too complicated to sort out. And honestly, I don't blame many of the umpires. It sounds like a very intricate system. And I was just sort of like put into a game, and they're like, okay, so you're here now. Olga's your commander. You guys got a whole bunch of things going on. You guys were like shadowing Shadow Corps. And I'm like, okay, I'll just march towards them and then march towards them. And then about like 30 minutes into game time, Olga was just like, okay, the entire corps is in your command. I'm gonna go run off to the palace. And then I met a chateau full of rebels, and they just opened fire. So I tried to set up a siege. I asked Ogle for the orders, never got anything back. So I was just kind of left in the dark. I tried it, but on like closer examination, they were very elite troops. They were dug in. It was basically like a I mean, it wasn't impossible, but it was a very tactically disadvantaged situation. So I thought long and hard about it, which is more like 2 minutes, honestly. And so I sent
I talked
sent
about
a
this on
person.
the live stream, by the way. I observed
Yeah.
and talked about it. So anyway, go ahead.
Oh, that's great. So I told the umpire, and this was a full mistake on my part. I asked him, I was like, "Am I allowed to play dirty?" And he's like, "Yeah, go right ahead." I'm like, "Do I have a rebel flag by any chance?" He's like, "Your officers can go look for one." I'm like, "Okay, tell me when they find one." And they're like, "Oh, okay, you found one." So I was like, "Okay, I'll fly a rebel flag, and then I'll send a messenger over to under the flag of truce to the dudes in the chateau to see what's going on." I should have elaborated on this further, but this got misinterpreted for me raising a rebel flag and then requesting the enemy forces to surrender, in which, I mean, expectedly, they started to fire back. And so I wrote them out a handwritten message of what I actually wanted to say, which was essentially to defect. And I sent out the same officer, presumably. He got shot. So then I stopped my guns, rewrote the message, sent it to another dude. He ran over, and then we all met up and we shook hands and all that jazz. Um, and then so I was going
a
back.
good tip for defecting. Stop firing your guns before you send the offer.
Yeah, I completely forgot that they were going off. It was really funny though. It was just the repetitive motion that really gave me a kick. Um, and then as I was going back to go assume a defensive post, um, second corps commander walked up to me and they were like, oh yeah, like all the umpires joined my thing, and they were all just like gawking at the situation, which was funny
Serious.
as hell.
Yeah, it
It
was.
was funny as hell. Um, and they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, this dude's coming up to you. What do you want to do?" And I was thinking about it. I was like, "Should I just be like an agent of chaos and just say, "Oh yeah, I'm raising rebel flags because I'm trying to bait those guys out." And I'm like, if that doesn't work, just capture it. And yeah, that was essentially it. I didn't really do much when it taught. Like none of my men actually shot their rifles. It was all just artillery fire. Overall, very interesting game, and I'm kind of glad I switched sides because then I would have lost. So, yeah, very
You
fun.
lost because you switched sides.
Speaking
But hey, hey,
of,
hey, hey. Okay, okay. So like, sorry to interrupt you, but the thing I love about the nickname that I found, I literally went to like a French name generator, and Faustine Gran was like the first one on there. So I chose that, but it means like Faustine means fortunate, lucky, and every game that I've had it on, I've been lucky one way or another. So I mean, I'm
huh?
not complaining.
Well, I bet there is some luck in a name. All right. Speaking of the second corps commander, even though he was not given the second corps as his original posting, Kuntitz, would you like to talk about your game? You there? Kun, I don't know if we can hear you talking. Maybe try and disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, I don't think his mic is receiving. Even
Yeah,
though it's plugged in, it's not receiving his mic.
yeah, I don't know what it was.
His mic might be loose. There you are.
Oh,
Nope, I wasn't on the voice. I was on the stream.
oh, okay. Well, you're free to speak about what happened and what your thought process was.
Well, I started out as the second division of the second corps, and there was a group of Republicans that were defecting, and we got into a scrum. I eventually ended up surrounding them and taking 4 blocks worth of prisoners, and 2 of them escaped somewhere. They're running amok. And I came up the road here to see a bunch of troops standing around facing the city. And my side are facing the city and facing me. The bad guys are facing the city. I initially went up to
It was
the
16th Brigade.
16th Brigade, and I should have asked them what was going on, but I didn't bother. I saw the third corps commander over there, so I went over there to discuss with him what was going on. And in the ensuing discussion, I guess I was captured.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm gonna say that my entourage engages their entourage, and I beat feet. But
We can say that, but you're definitely out of the fight for the time being.
oh yeah, but I'm coming up with this, and even if that didn't work, I'll offer parole to the prisoners for my release.
There's an idea. There's also one thing that I would like to mention that you stayed for 30 minutes around here to recover your troops, which is a
Right.
good thing for you to keep some fresh troops, but it was sorely needed up in the north. So,
Well, I had just been fighting for 45 minutes or an hour, so
That is true. That is very true.
You gotta take a breather, right, Marshall?
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, I'm all about that. I don't
Yeah,
fault that decision
I
one
probably
bit.
would have made the same decision in your stead.
Yep.
But in hindsight, it probably might have been necessary for you to march forward regardless of your strength at the moment. But again, hindsight is 20/20.
Well, if I can beat feet and get back to my troops, there's the Imperials laid down their arms.
Only half of them, half Imperial forces, laid down their arms of Third Corps.
So,
Blake. Well,
that's my damn dog.
Oh,
Oh, we love dogs here.
I thought someone in the background just said my name.
No, that's the dog's name, Blake.
Oh, Blake. Okay.
Like
there's a dog's name that's Lake too. All right.
Yeah, I think this would end up being a good fight here because I'm coming up with troops up the road, 6th Division and 2nd Division. They're beat up from fighting, but I don't know how beat up these guys are from fighting. And the Imperials that are in the area would probably join me. I outnumber them 2-1 in artillery. Is that Third Corps' bag? Yeah, that's their baggage train.
Yeah.
That artillery's parked right next to.
Oh. Yeah. It would have been an interesting fight if we had the time to get into it. Mm-hmm. So let's. Yep. So let's shift over to the north again and talk with 5th Division Commander of Blue, if he's still here. No, he is not. Never mind. Let's see. Who else is left? Well, there is the another replacement commander, Colonel de Garlet, Grantlet. I don't know French names. I'm sorry. The commander of the Shadow Corps, which it was played in this game by Blazer Trail.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, I was commanding the Shadow Corps. I was a replacement, so I'm not really backed up on the lore and stuff. But yeah, it was fun. So I was held in reserve. I was in reserve near Châtillon there for most of the start of the game. I think I sent some cavalry or something, cavalry to go and help here and here, but most of my main force was just in reserve until the guards attack, when I deployed into assault columns here and here, and artillery and stuff as well. But and then once the guard had advanced in pursuit of 5th Division, we launched an attack to outflank them, and I think that was fairly successful. So, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it was fun, and I think it did really well. So yeah.
Yeah. I think we're out of Imperial players to talk to that are remaining in the chat and that participated. So let's go over to Robin. He's still here. So let's talk with him.
Yeah, the funny thing about Plato switching sides and the miscommunication was that, well, he kind of surrounded me and then sent a message, and then the umpire told me, yeah, there's a messenger with something about surrender, and then I was like, okay, he's surrounding me, he wants me to surrender. I don't think so. I'm told to hold this chateau, so I will hold it. And I opened fire. But at the same time, I was thinking about maybe I should at least talk to him and delay him a bit so reinforcements that I requested could arrive. And then the umpire was asking me, and do you want to stop shooting? And then I thought, no, I don't want to stop shooting now. Forget all about talking to him. And the funny thing is, if I had just tried to talk to him, he could have switched sides about 4 turns earlier or something like that.
Yeah.
And it would have been less complicated, but I mean, I wanted to talk to him after I got the real message. The
Yes.
message that said, I want to switch sides, and not a random babbling officer talking about surrender. I don't know, maybe he got hit in the head or something on the way to me. And just so the only thing that was bugging me this whole game was, what have I ever done to the 16th Infantry and the 2nd Artillery that they deserted the 4th Division only to join the fight against the 4th Division? I mean, if they go and fight somewhere else, it's okay.
I mean,
Why?
their loyalties lay with the Emperor and not with the Republic.
Yeah, I tried to get control back from
Yeah.
3rd Division, but I guess it didn't work out, and they were really hardcore Imperials, so
Yeah.
I tried my best to get my soldiers back into line.
Yeah, in the case of civil wars, you can't really be a moderate. You have to play to one side or the other.
Yeah. Well, and if the battle were to continue, I would probably moved out to support our new 3rd Division. If it became obvious, when he told Heinemann and me about his switching sides, we were still a bit like, well, is he really switching sides, or is it just a clever ploy and he will switch sides again? And we were just kind of debating where to place him, where he can't damage us if he switches sides once more. But if he would have started attacking the 2nd Corps, I probably would have joined, because then it would probably be in a situation where it's difficult for him to switch sides again.
All right. I think we actually have one more umpire. Nick, you are still around.
Yes, sorry guys. Well, just to say that actually I was the umpire of Plato, and well, sorry, maybe at the beginning I misunderstood what you were the message you were trying to convey to Robin. But I mean, all this story was really fun because well, I think none of the umpire was expecting you to defect and to change sides. So yeah, when you start to talk with Robin, I mean, all of us were completely surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I can second that.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately for the Imperials, we were missing the commander for the cavalry corps because Starlight could not join, and so maybe the cavalry corps was not played as aggressively as it would have been by a player, but still, I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the fight. And well, maybe we will have to talk with Tsarina, but well, I think there is maybe the possibility for a kind of civil war campaign in Vermillion. Because,
yes. However, I will not be able to run it because I have been. This and diplomacy has basically burnt me out for umpiring big campaigns for a while. This has been a grand time. I've had a lot of fun doing this. It has really improved me in like my work ethic in getting things done when needed. This has been a great thing and I've heard from multiple players. This has been a great experience for them. So I never really expected this out of this. This was honestly just to continue the things as they would have gone after the October War, which really was an anticlimactic thing. And so I wanted something that gave some sort of conclusion. Of course, we didn't really get that conclusion, but this was definitely the fight that everyone wanted. Well, not everyone wanted. This was a fight that people were wanting. And I think it was well fought. It's good game played by all. And although there are obviously losers in this fight, I think we all learned and won something in the end. It's a good experience and good memories. So thank you all for playing this. This has been a blast running. And yeah, you're all free to go.
All right,
Thanks
folks,
for
that's
hosting.
the end of the live stream. Those of you who are watching, thank you so much. And we will see you on the next adventure. Thanks for